A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
David.
Yes, dear?
Are you awake, darling?
Yes, I'm awake.
Oh, I think that's mean.
What's mean? For me to be awake?
You've been awake and pretending to be asleep. And I've been awake for hours and not moving so I wouldn't disturb you, and now I've got a crick in my neck.
But I was sound asleep till you called me.
You couldn't have been. People never bounce awake like that, all full of good spirits.
I do. Good morning, my little crick in the neck.
Good morning, David. Oh, I can't decide which I like better, waking up with you or going to sleep with you.
What's the difference? You got 'em both.
That's true.
Miss Claudia, breakfast, Miss Claudia.
Oh, it's Minerva. I forgot it was Wednesday.
Who's Minerva? What's Wednesday got to do with it?
Oh, she comes for cleaning on Wednesdays. You remember Minerva?
Oh, sure. I thought her name was Minnie, though.
Minerva for short.
Breakfast, Miss Claudia.
Miss Claudia does not live here anymore.
Excuse me, I meant to say Miss Norge.
That's much better. Come in, Minerva.
Morning, Miss Claudia. Morning, Mr. Dave. Glad to see you home again.
Oh, it's good to be home, Minerva.
Hand me my pipe over there, will you, Minerva?
Yes, sir. It sure is a shock to see you in Miss Claudia's room so early in the morning, Mr. Norton.
I can give you the name of a very reputable minister who says it's quite all right, Minerva. Perfectly proper and legal.
But still somewhat of a shock. I know what Minerva means. Say, what is the idea of breakfast in bed, for heaven's sake?
Your mama said to bring it.
Is Mama up? Oh, put the tray on the table between the beds, Minerva. Move the lamp, David.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't take my ashtray.
Yes, your mama's up.
Mama's cute. Yesterday she went out before we had breakfast, and today we've got it free in our room.
Looks like she doesn't want to eat with us. Bacon.
Wonder what she'll do tomorrow. We'll just have to find a place of her own, I guess, so she can relax, the poor dear.
I hope she gets one with a room in it for me.
Oh, we'll be lucky if we have a room in it for ourselves, Minerva. I'm going to have you once a week for laundry and cleaning, same as Mama has you.
Maybe we'll have you every single day, Minerva.
We'll do nothing of the kind. You'll do with my cooking and like it, Mr. Norton.
I'll do with it, but do I have to like it?
You certainly do. It's part of the marriage ceremony for you to like it.
Let's see. I, David, take this woman, love, honor, death do us part. Say, I don't remember anything about cooking in it.
I reckon Miss Claudia means the better or worse part, Mr. Norton.
Miss Claudia, did you say?
I mean Miss Norton. Miss Claudia, Mama told me...
My mama done told me...
What'd she tell you, Minerva?
You need a knife when you spread your butter.
Didn't I bring you a knife? I'll get one straight off.
And a spoon for my coffee while you're about it. Oh, come back. What'd Mama tell you, Minerva?
To ask you what Mr. David would like for his dinner so she can order.
Oh, that's easy. Steak, apple pie, and he doesn't care what else.
With cheese.
What kind of cheese?
Just plain old ordinary everyday rat cheese.
Yes, sir?
Wonderful, wonderful woman.
Who? Minerva or me?
Your mother.
Oh.
But do we always have to have breakfast in bed?
Don't you like it?
I have a feeling it's going to make me late for the office.
No later than if we didn't.
Didn't what?
Have it in bed. But personally, I like to pop into a bath in the morning, brush my teeth, put on all my clothes, and eat my breakfast in an honest-to-goodness chair at an honest-to-goodness table.
I wake up every morning of the world to find out something new and remarkable about you, Claudia. Today I find I'm married to a frontier woman.
Maybe I should have married a farmer.
Or a fisherman. They get up early, too.
Oh, no, David. Never a fisherman.
You sound so very sure of yourself. Is there a reason this time?
Of course. A farmer can milk cows and things like that, but what can you do with fish?
That's the sort of question I find it hard to answer in the middle of my breakfast, Claudia.
Well, if I still remember it after breakfast, I'll ask you again and see what you say.
First, let's finish breakfast and see what you remember.
All right.
Hey, by the way, this is wonderful coffee. Can you make good coffee?
Very.
How do you know? Did you ever make any?
Sure.
You ever give me dishwater, I'll wring your neck. Now, do you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Your knife and teaspoon, Miss Claudia. And more wedding presents. And a whole heap of letters.
Oh, business is good.
Say, how long do wedding presents keep up anyway?
Till the first baby. Isn't it wonderful? I'll open this one, David, and you open the big one. Hey, wait and see what they are, Minerva.
Such a lot of wedding presents when you get married.
Oh, that's one of the nicest things about getting married.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, another bonbon dish.
Mine is salt cellars. Don't people ever think a bride does anything but eat candy and salt?
With an occasional candlestick thrown in. Here, Minerva, you can take my tray.
But you hardly eat anything. You can't live on love.
Oh, yes, you can. You'd be surprised what a lot of vitamins it has in it.
I never heard of it. That's funny, vitamins in love.
To be taken every minute, every day, for years and years.
Mrs. Brown, what would you say if I were to ask you for another piece of pie?
I've already decided to raise your board, Mr.
David,
Norton.
that's your third piece.
Will you let him alone, Claudia? He likes my pie.
She's jealous because she didn't make it, Mother.
How'd you guess? Come on, now, let's eat it in the living room.
And drop crumbs all over the place.
What for? Anyway, I might want another piece after the other piece.
All right, I'll bring everything in here then.
Everything what?
You'll see.
Now what, Mother?
Better do as she says, David.
I might have known it. You can't depend on anyone these days, not even a mother-in-law.
I take no sides. Now go on, both of you. I'll clear the table.
No time for that. We'll do it later.
I will not leave a table full of dishes.
Close the door and we won't see 'em.
Who do you think you're fooling?
Nobody.
Better do as she says, Mother. Come on.
You've learned, David. I'm coming.
What's the rush?
You'll see.
For once, I don't want to see. I want to be told.
He's going to be difficult, Mama.
Good for you, David. Stand up for your rights.
It is not easy, Mother, I'm telling you.
I know.
Tell me, what do you do when you don't want to do what Claudia wants you to do?
I do it.
What was that again, David?
Hush up. Your mother and I are planning a campaign for the survival of the fittest.
Honestly, nobody pays any attention to me around here since I'm married.
Yeah, my heart bleeds for you.
He's getting very fresh, Mama. Come on, David. Now eat your pie in the living room.
Well, this is the crucial moment, Mother. What do I do?
Be strong-minded. Don't budge.
I won't. Come on, let's go.
Henpecked. Now you sit over there, Mom, in the big chair.
May I have your permission to knit, Mrs. Norton?
If you do it quietly.
And don't drop any stitches.
Thank you.
Now, David, you sit there.
I'm sitting there already.
Oh, so you are.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
It's about wedding presents.
Wedding presents?
Yeah, we've got to decide which we're going to keep and which we're going to return.
Oh, return them all.
David, dare we?
No, you daren't. Have you no sentiment?
None at all.
Anyway, it's the simplest way out. I can't open my closet without boxes falling out all over me.
I don't see what you're complaining about. I sleep with them, piled up all around me.
See, David, she's always finding fault and never complaining.
Oh, hush up. What are you going to do with them? That's the point.
It's simple. When we decide what to keep, we'll hide them away like squirrels till we find our own apartment.
Say, hand me my pipe from over there, would you, squirrel?
Here. I'm glad you're the pipe type.
What type is the pipe type, precisely?
Oh, you know, like David.
There you have it, Mother. The perfect definition.
Aren't you going to kiss me before we start?
Oh, I'd just as soon not start.
I'd just as soon not to. What time is it?
Too early.
Too early for what?
To wash the dishes.
Much too early for the dishes. So we'll do the presents instead. Now, what about this one? Shall we return it or keep it?
What is it?
Can't you tell?
Nope. Can you?
Nope. Mama, what is it?
Well, I think it must be for shrimp.
What makes you think it must?
Don't pin me down.
Mama's right, it's for shrimp. I love shrimp.
Me too.
You do? You never told me.
Keep the shrimp dish.
How about clams?
Oh, I'm crazy about clams. Have you got a clam dish?
No, use a soup plate. What about crabs, David?
Well, what about them?
Do you like them?
Too much work. I prefer lobster.
I adore lobsters. How about snails?
No.
Who asked you, Mrs. Brown?
Claudia and I are just getting acquainted, Mother.
Well, do I put the shrimp dish to the right of me or the left of me? Everything to the left of me will be to be returned.
Shrimp dish to the right.
It's put. Now, what about this? Return it or keep it?
What is it?
Soup tureen.
Looks like a silver bathtub.
It does a little. What's the matter with Aunt Louisa? Nobody ever ate that much soup in their life.
I don't even like soup.
Oh, I do. I like soup.
I like chowder.
David, it's more practical to like soup. You'll just have to learn to. But this is too much soup.
Still, it's a very handsome tureen. You can use it for plants.
If you like it so much, Mama, we'll give it to you and you can use it for plants.
I haven't got a plant.
Then to the left of me.
Claudia, wait a minute.
No, it's too late. We are now about to discuss the fish knives that look like little fishes.
It's from Aunt Louisa.
Fish knives they are not. They're from Uncle George.
It's tureen.
Well, just because Aunt Louisa likes soup,
No.
I see no reason.
She likes tureens. She's been giving them for years. Wedding presents, anniversary presents.
What about birds?
Probably.
Handy to wash the baby in.
We have no baby, so we'll return it.
Yes, let's. Comes from Pacquia's. That means it must have cost an awful lot of money. Well, now, let's see. How about the fish knives?
You're running this, young lady.
Well, they're quite nice, and we both like fish, don't we?
You just went through that routine. I don't think I can take it again.
Those are shellfish. Hey, what's your hurry? Where are you going?
The dishes.
Honestly, I think we're more interesting than dirty dishes, don't you, David?
Oh, lots.
Mama, will you come with me tomorrow to return the tureen?
I will not. What's in all those other boxes?
I can tell you blindfolded. Butter plates, ashtrays.
Bonbon dishes, salt, celery.
And don't forget the napkin rings.
With your names on them. Serves you right. You have to keep them.
Well, at least they don't have he and she engraved on them.
That's towels.
Oh, towels, napkin rings, same thing. What's the difference? Look, let's keep everything but the soup tureen.
Everything?
I think so.
When did you decide that, Claudia?
Just now. I'm sleepy.
So am I. Come on. We'll help with the dishes first.
You don't have to. I'll help.
I can get them done faster without you. But at least have the decency to take all that stuff off the sofa so I can go to bed.
I'll put them under the sofa.
Don't forget, Mother. She said she was a squirrel.
David!
What?
Do you like squirrels?
I love squirrels.
We are silly, aren't we?
Very.
Oh, it's so nice to be silly with people you love.
I'll tell you a secret.
What?
You can't be silly if you're not in love.
All story material used in this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. In these changing times, here's one thing that hasn't changed. Through 2 world wars, through 2 periods of rising prices, the quality of Coca-Cola has remained unchanged. And the price is still 5 cents. There's more Coke now so that you can enjoy the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola more often. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now, this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Here, our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High, has constantly shown a rare genius for getting into the doghouse with her principal, Mr. Conklin.
I've gotten into it with him so often, he's even thinking of building me one of my own. But about a month ago, I was given an unexpected opportunity to redeem myself for all my mishaps during the past year. Mr. Conklin asked his teachers and students to volunteer for certain school projects, and he permitted me to take over his favorite spring project, the school garden. I was rather surprised at first until Mr. Conklin explained that the garden is 200 yards behind our school and he needs that much space between us for self-preservation. Last Thursday morning, I decided to get up early and have a look at my handiwork before class. But as I went into our dinette for a quick cup of coffee, my landlady had a little surprise for me.
Connie, instead of bacon and eggs this morning, I fixed you something rare and exotic. How does it look, dear?
Indigestible. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Davis. That was unkind of me. You tell me what that stuff is, and I'll eat it.
Oh, it's only some arrowroot, papaya, kukui, and poha.
I still say you tell me what it is, and I'll eat it.
Dear, these are Hawaiian fruits and vegetables. My neighbor, Mrs. Anderson, is vacationing in Honolulu, and she sent me a whole crate full of the stuff.
To tell you the truth, I'm not really very hungry this morning anyway.
Oh, dear, I had a feeling you wouldn't go for this Hawaiian mess. But, Connie, if you tried it, don't you think you might get used to it?
Well, perhaps. Actually, you won't even need this stuff, Mrs. Davis. In another few days, I'm going to treat you to a batch of real fresh homegrown vegetables. Right out of the school garden that Walter Denton and I planted.
Oh, that's right. The inter-school gardening contest is in a few weeks, isn't it? But how do you know the vegetables will come up in time?
Oh, they'll come up, even if Mr. Conklin has to plant me underneath to push them up. He's really determined to beat out Jason Brill for the trophy this year, particularly since Clay's principal won the award last year. Oh, you never saw such a vegetable garden. Radishes, celery, tomatoes, spinach.
But what did Mr. Conklin's garden produce?
A half-acre of night-blooming jasmine. He bought the wrong seeds. So he's warned me if I fail him in this project, I won't have an evening to myself the rest of the semester.
Oh, but Connie, that isn't fair. I'm sure he hasn't been that strict with the rest of his faculty.
Well, perhaps he doesn't have to be. So far, Mr. Boynton's done a good job handling the cafeteria. Miss Miller's tossed out most of the school rubbish.
What about Miss Enright?
I think Miss Miller missed her. You mean Miss Enright's project? Well, that one really confuses me. She chose as her project the care and feeding of Catherine, the school goat and mascot.
Well, maybe Miss Enright likes goats, Connie.
Well, maybe so. She's certainly been trying to get mine for years. Well, I don't suppose I'll get it, Mrs. Davis. Hello?
Miss Brooks? Walter, I have terrible news for you, Miss Brooks. Awful news. Disaster has finally struck.
What is it, Walter? What happened? You're not hurt, are you?
Oh, no, nothing like that. This is much worse. Much, much worse. Oh, this is terrible. Simply awful. I just went back to our school garden, and there isn't any.
No school garden? Not a thing? Walter, you don't mean it's completely barren.
Put 2 skulls there, Miss Brooks, and you've got Death Valley.
Yes, and I know just whose skulls Mr. Conklin will use for landscaping. That doesn't seem possible, Walter. You sure nothing came up?
Well, only one thing while I was there, Miss Brooks. You gopher.
Funny, that's the one thing we didn't plan. Well, I'll come right down and take a look, Walter. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Brooks. And if you draw up a suicide pact, count me in.
Connie, I couldn't help overhearing you. What happened to your garden, dear?
It goofed. Well, now, I'd better get down to school at 1.
Good morning to my old friend, the genial Miss Brooks.
That's 3 misstatements in the same sentence. Good morning, Miss Enright.
And you remember Catherine, our school mascot, Miss Brooks? I know Catherine remembers you. Don't you remember Miss Brooks, Catherine?
You won't get any argument out of me this morning, Catherine.
Oh, why so glum today, darling? Your mood hardly becomes that delightful, flowery spring hat you're carrying. You know, it seems I saw the exact duplicate on someone... No, not the exact duplicate. The hat on the horse's head had holes for its ears. Now, darling, I don't want to detain you. I imagine the reason you're back here is to catch up with Mr. Conklin. Catherine and I passed him just a moment ago on his way out to your garden.
Mr. Conklin?
Mm-hmm.
On his way out to the garden? Are you certain?
Of course, darling. You remember Mr. Conklin, don't you, Catherine?
My sentiments exactly. But he hasn't seen the garden yet. Maybe I can still head him off. Now, if you'll excuse me. He's seen it. Well, I guess that finishes me. But I still can't figure out what happened to that garden.
Well, maybe you should have had someone with a green thumb to help you, like me.
No, thanks. I would have spent half my time keeping your green thumb out of my blue eye.
I feel it's the least I could have done after the help you've given me with my project. In the month I've had Catherine in my custody, she must have put on at least 25 pounds. And I owe it all to you.
To me? But I didn't feed her.
Oh, but you did, darling. Every night for the past 3 weeks I've let her graze in your garden.
Huh? You let her graze in my garden? Then the vegetables did come up after all.
You were only long enough to go down Catherine's throat. Oh, how that animal can eat. I must admit, I helped her.
That must have been quite a sight. 2 old goats grazing together and...
Now, darling, let's not be bitter. Just resign yourself to the fact that you've been outwitted as usual. With your current project a failure, you will be working evenings for Mr. Conklin, and dear Mr. Boynton will have more time for me.
Oh, then that's the reason you volunteered to take care of our mascot. You planned this whole thing.
Like a general plans a campaign.
Well, if I had a medal, I'd know just where I'd like to pin it. But I still can't believe that one goat could eat that much.
Well, you just don't know Catherine. Why, she'll eat anything. I've seen her when... Darling, where did you put your hat?
My hat? That's right here in my... Good grief! While we've been talking, Catherine's eaten it.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Well, I don't suppose there's any use worrying about that. Anyway, not with the trouble heading this way.
Oh, here you are, Miss Green Thumb. Miss Enright, would you please excuse us? I have something I want to say to Miss Brooks.
Certainly, Mr. Conklin. Say goodbye to Mr. Conklin and Miss Brooks, Catherine.
And a goodbye to you, Catherine.
I suppose you know where I've just been, Miss Brooks?
Yes, sir. You've seen our garden, and I'm back in the doghouse again.
In it? You practically own it, lassie. Miss Brooks, what happened to my garden?
Talking could convince Mr. Conklin that our school goat had eaten up my vegetable garden. My only hope was for the goat to break out in a rash of Brussels sprouts. But with the school garden contest a mere 2 weeks away, and my funeral scheduled for the day after if we didn't win, at noontime, I decided to seek the advice of my favorite fellow teacher. Since the school cafeteria was his current project, I knew I'd find Mr. Boynton in the kitchen. So I went down there just before lunch, opened the door. Oh, my goodness. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Boynton. Mr. Boynton? Mr. Boynton, where are you?
Down here, under the goat, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Here, let me help you up. Well, luckily nothing happened to your new white suit.
It's my old blue serge. I was milking Catherine. Well, since Catherine, the goat, is the school mascot, I thought maybe I'd introduce goat's milk on the menu and let the students try it. What do you think of the idea?
After one taste, the new school mascot will be Elsie the cow. It's a shame the milk spilled all over you, though.
Oh, there's no great harm done. My suit was old anyway, and I can wipe the milk off with this towel. Luckily, nothing happened to my new Panama hat. You like it, Miss Brooks? Walter Denton said he thought it was real nervous.
I'm in trouble again.
Trouble? What kind of trouble, Miss Brooks?
Well, that goat ate up Mr. Conklin's garden.
Ate up the garden? Well, Miss Brooks, no goat could eat that much.
Mr. Boynton, that goat didn't put on 25 pounds in the last month due to an underactive thyroid. You see, Miss Enright purposely turned her loose to graze in order to...
I can't believe it, Miss Brooks. Miss Enright may have her little faults, but she certainly isn't a vandal. No, I'm sure that you're...
I am, dear Mr. Boynton, to pick up... Oh, my goodness, Mr. Boynton, you're covered with milk. What happened?
Your goat ate so much it exploded all over him.
Miss Enright, Miss Brooks is under the impression that you encouraged Catherine to eat up Mr. Conklin's garden.
Well, that's an utterly fantastic idea. She has absolutely no basis.
Well, there's no use worrying about that now. Anyway, there are still 2 weeks until the contest, and anything can happen in that time.
Correction, darling. There were 2 weeks, but those 2 weeks don't exist anymore.
Don't tell me Catherine ate them up, too.
No, not exactly. I happened to be covering the office for Mr. Conklin during the last period, and Mr. Stone called.
Mr. Stone called?
Yes, Miss Brooks. We had a little small talk. When suddenly, out of a clear blue sky, he decided to hold the garden contest tomorrow instead of waiting 2 weeks.
And I have a pretty good idea who dropped that clear blue sky on my head. Miss Enright, you just reminded me there's one thing I forgot to plant last week.
What's that?
You. In the spirit of friendliness, I suggest you teach that walking garbage disposal not to eat people's hats.
Oh, darling, do you still think Catherine ate your hat? Mr. Boynton, you know goats don't really eat things like that.
Of course they don't. They'd get deathly ill. Now, really, Miss Brooks, I think that you... Hey, what happened to my new straw hat?
What's the straw hat?
If you look closely, you'll notice how perfectly the red feather blends with Catherine's tongue.
Hey, the fool goat did eat my hat.
Oh, now, really, Mr. Boynton. Come, Catherine. It's suddenly gotten rather unfriendly in here.
That could also be construed as a burp.
Hey, maybe that fool goat did eat your vegetables at that, Miss Brooks.
Of course she did. But with Mr. Stone judging the school gardens tomorrow, it really doesn't make any difference who's to blame for what. I'm sunk.
Yeah, I guess so. I'll say, why not forget your troubles and help me with my shopping this afternoon? I've got to buy next week's groceries for the cafeteria.
Still, there must be something we could do to next week's groceries for the cafeteria?
Mm-hmm. I've got to run down to Tony's produce market and buy $50 worth of celery, lettuce, tomatoes, beets.
Mr. Boynton, would you mind terribly if those vegetables you're going to buy made one stopover between Tony's and the school refrigerator?
One stopover? Where?
In our school garden.
What? Miss Brooks, what are you talking about?
Just this. Before tonight is over, we're going to transform that spot from Conklin's desert oasis to Tony's garden paradise. Well, isn't it dark and peaceful back here, Mr. Boynton? Just you and I and $50 worth of Tony's vegetables.
Yes, it sure is dark tonight. Hey, it's lucky we have this flashlight. Have you ever thought what we would have done if that little bulb had gone out?
Constantly. It would have been difficult to plant all those vegetables.
Yes, it would. Frankly, Miss Brooks, I didn't like this whole idea. And if Miss Enright hadn't played that trick on you, I never would have been a party to it.
I realize that, Mr. Boynton, but there was nothing else we could do under the circumstances. Anyway, since most of the vegetables are planted now, let's not think about them anymore. Let's think about us.
Us?
Yes, my hands have been in the ground so much the last hour, they're cold, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, mine are too, Miss Brooks.
Well, let's warm them up, shall we? What would you suggest?
Suggest? How about trotting a couple of laps around the athletic field?
Mr. Boynton, I said my hands are cold, not my feet.
Oh. Well, suppose I just reach across and take... Holy cow, your fingers are freezing, Miss Brooks.
You're holding a bunch of carrots. Mr. Boynton, isn't that another flashlight over there?
Where? Oh, you're right, Miss Brooks. Somebody's coming. Oh, we can't be found here.
Not with a hot vegetable garden. Get behind that big oak tree until they pass by.
Now, you get behind the oak. I'll get behind the small elm right near it. Now, if we both get behind that oak, we'd have to huddle too close together so as not to be seen.
We're going to miss that elm, aren't we? Oh, I'm certain the oak will hide the two of us easily.
Well, all right, Miss Brooks, but please come along. I only hope whoever that is.
Sure, you must be mistaken, Harriet. I saw no flashlight in the vicinity of my bald vegetable garden.
Oh, I guess it was a firefly then. Can you tell a flashlight from a firefly from a distance, Daddy?
Well, of course. If you can hear it breathing, it's a firefly. There are no fireflies around this time of year, child, and do stop dropping those cucumbers all over the place.
But, Daddy, do you think it's honest, buying all these vegetables and laying them out in your garden just to win a prize?
Well, it's not dishonest. We're merely giving these poor, friendless little vegetables a home for a day or so.
But, Daddy, is it honest?
Harriet, thank goodness you've been brought up to be a good, honest child, and your daddy dearly loves you. But there are times when he devoutly wishes he could trade in his scrupulously honest daughter for a slightly sneaky son.
Daddy,
Now, Harriet, not another word. Just drop your bag of vegetables in front of that oak tree and start distributing the stuff in even rows.
Well, all right, Daddy.
I'll start planting my tomatoes in this row of 2-foot-high celery, and you start planting your vegetables over there. We'll soon have this barren desert looking like I'll start planting my tomatoes in this row of 2-foot-high celery.
And look at all these beautiful potatoes and beets and onions and radishes.
Oh, what hath heaven wrought? A few short hours ago, a wasteland, barren, denuded, and now this miracle that passeth human understanding. I must be... Harriet, is there a bright, shimmering glow about my head?
Gee, I don't understand how they... Daddy, that light. Over there's somebody coming.
You're right, child. There is somebody. Great Scott, we mustn't be caught here. Quick, hide behind that elm tree. I'll get behind you. I don't think anyone could see me behind here. Phew. Certainly wouldn't want any of my teachers to know what I was up to tonight. There isn't one of them I could trust to keep my secret.
Not even Mr. Boynton?
No, not even Mr. Boynton. True, he's a just and honest man with a highly developed moral sense, but you can never be certain.
But how about Miss Brooks, sir? She can keep a secret.
Old blabberlip? Why, if she kept a secret bottled up in herself for more than 2 minutes, she'd blow a silly cork.
Oh, I don't know about that, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, take my word for it, Miss Brooks. If she ever saw me here in this garden at this hour and knew the scheme I had, take my word for it, Miss Brooks! Yeah! I'm talking to myself.
And that thing you have your arm around is not a branch, but Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
And I suppose this is not really an oak tree, but Miss Perkins of our math department.
Shall we cut our initials in her, sir, and find out?
Shall we close our little traps, Miss Brooks? Oh, Miss Brooks, things are beginning to add up. Then it was you who laid out all those beautiful vegetables.
Yes, sir. It was Brooks that wrought before, not heaven.
Well, since we're all in the same boat, there's nothing... Say, if that person out there with the flashlight is starting to pick up our vegetables.
The hijacker. Who could it be, anyway?
My guess is that it's Jason Brill. He'd stop at nothing to keep that gardening trophy at Clay City High.
But do you think he'd stoop to anything so low?
He has a reputation for being the most unprincipled principal in the country. But we'll hand him the shock of his life. Grab a nice, juicy vegetable, both of you. I'll take this watermelon.
I've got something here that weighs a ton. Must be an oversized squash.
That's my handbag.
All right. Attention. Get ready to jump him. When I give the signal, we charge. Ready now? 1, 2... Geronimo! Nice work. That's right, Boynton. Hold him by the hair while I shine this light in his face. Oh, God, it's Mr. Stone!
Conklin, stop sitting on my chest this instant.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course. Yes. Oh, Miss Brooks, get up. You're sitting on the head of the board.
Sir, where I'm sitting is a mighty peculiar place for a head. Oh, the head of the board.
Let me help you up, sir. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Stone. We thought, Boynton, you may stop pulling Mr. Stone's hair now. I was just combing out the watermelon seed.
Oh, no, leave them there, Boynton. I love the taste of watermelon as it dribbles down from my forehead, and I catch the drops on my tongue. Conklin, what was the meaning of that dastardly attack by the three of you on my person?
Oh, well, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Terribly sorry. Believe me, sir, we thought you were a vandal. We've had vandals around here lately. That's why we were all here tonight, to stand guard. But why are you here, sir?
I happened to drop by your home to make sure you'd been informed about my moving up the date for the garden contest, and your wife said I might find you in your office. On the way over, I thought I'd like to take a peek at your garden.
Well, how do you like it, sir?
Well, it's exquisite. It's simply exquisite.
Oh, thank you. Seems only yesterday that all this was just a barren, desolate wasteland.
Matter of fact, it seems like only a half hour ago to me. Do you like the celery, Mr. Stone?
Beautiful, Miss Brooks. I don't believe I've ever seen celery stalks so high. And these cabbages, magnificent, and what in heaven's name is this angry-looking, furry vegetable here, Conklin?
Angry-looking, furry vegetable?
I knew Mrs. Davis would get rid of that stuff somewhere.
And these fruits here look quite familiar to me. Mrs. Stone and I once spent a summer in Hawaii. Conklin, how did you ever get kukui and arrowroot and papaya to grow in this climate?
Well... There's really quite a fascinating story attached to that. Tell him the fascinating story, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. This is a fascinating story. Well, we knew ordinary farming methods would never grow us any Hawaiian fruit, so we watered the ground here daily with pineapple juice.
Oh, really now? And tell me, Miss Brooks, how did you manage to grow a fruit with a little tag on the bottom saying, "Welcome to beautiful Hawaii"?
Well, frankly, sir, those tags, "Welcome to Hawaii," were just sent to the three of us today.
And just why were they sent to the three of you, Miss Brooks?
Because right now, it looks like we'll be...
When Paul Revere sped through the town with that historic ride, he spread the news to all around, and this is what he cried. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and conventional washers, gas and electric ranges, and water heaters. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents the Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. And now, the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hiya, Red. Well, here we are again.
Yeah, I guess the sponsors didn't hear the shows last week.
You know, I didn't think last week's show was so bad. You got a few laughs.
Yeah, few is right. I heard more laughs on frost warnings.
Say, I want to thank you again for taking me to that Hollywood sneak preview.
Well, I had to take you. You're the only sneak I know. I get my hands on the guy that put that in there.
Well, you know, it was sure fun rubbing elbows with the movie stars.
Elbows? You mean popcorn bags. Hey, how about that guy sitting next to me bawling me out for eating popcorn while the picture was on?
What'd he say?
He said, "Stop eating my popcorn."
You mean you were eating another guy's popcorn?
Yeah, I wanted him to finish it so I could pop the bag.
Oh. Well, you know, I sure enjoyed that picture.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's the best thing you ever did.
I wasn't in it.
That's what I mean. It was the best thing you ever did.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
What I just said?
No. I can just see you standing in that unemployment line tomorrow.
Hey, and we had fun at the Macombo afterwards, too, didn't we?
Yeah, but it was a good picture that I was in at Texas Carnival. That's really something, boy. When the picture was over, the producer ran up to me and he says, "Well, Skelton, you've done it again. This time we're going to sue." Yeah, we had fun. Where did we go?
The Macombo.
Oh, we did? Oh, yeah. The Macombo. You mean Fort Knox with waiters.
Well, you know, there were a lot of autograph seekers, too, in front of the club when we went in.
Yeah, I was rather embarrassed. A fine time for my battery and the lights up my shirt front to go dead. Say, I wonder why all the people were asking for my autograph.
Well, they probably want to see if you can really spell your name.
Yeah. Proud of that. Yeah, we're going to miss you around here, boy. Well, I guess I showed them all, huh? Yeah, which reminds me, I got to get another rubber stamp made. That old one's nearly worn out.
We really spent a lot of money at the Macombo, but after all, you only live once.
Yes, but way taxes are now, to live once, you have to live twice. There's a brilliant line, isn't it? You can't blame it on a writer either. Hey, I thought it up on my own little stupid spur of the moment.
You know, I really enjoyed myself. I drank 8 Cokes.
Yeah, Jim Farley will love you. He drinks nothing but Coca-Colas, this guy. He never passes out. He just has those long pauses that refresh him.
What did you drink the other night?
Oh, I had a fancy drink. It's something I learned about in Paris last summer.
What was that?
Yummy yogurt. And had a call with soda. I had a call this morning, but I didn't answer. You know, jokes like that make you feel like a total stranger.
Say, did you notice what an impression I made with the head waiter?
Oh, yes.
I just snapped my fingers and he gave us a ringside table.
Yeah, ringside at the Hollywood Stadium.
What do you mean? We were sitting right next to the orchestra.
Yeah, we were so close to the orchestra that when I started to eat, the leader pointed his baton at me, and I had to do a solo of My Blue Heaven on a hamburger. That girl you brought along, boy, that girl has no manners at all.
What was the matter with her?
She ate her soup and 4 people got up and started to dance. One guy next to me, he says, "Run for your life, the boiler busted."
Oh, it's too bad our wives missed it. They were in the powder room.
Yeah. Every time I hear them say they're going to the powder room, I get nervous. I think they're going to blow up the joint.
I want to thank you for picking up the check.
Oh, yeah. It was a mistake. I thought it was a napkin.
Oh.
Well, you know what this guy does when the check comes? This is the truth. He says, "Oh, come on, will you? Will you?" And he gets real loud, and everybody starts looking. He says, "Let me have it, will you? Will you let me have the check?" He stands there and adds it up for a couple minutes, hands it back, and says, "That's right."
Well, I still want to thank you for picking up the check.
Oh, yes. Quite a bill, you say?
Oh, I do work.
Down the bottom. Just pick up anything and read it. It don't make any difference.
Oh, I see.
Nothing makes sense anyhow.
Just the same, thanks for paying for it. It was quite a bill, $52. I can't even see.
You can't even read, you mean. $55 the bill was, not
No,
52.
52.
No.
Well, don't you remember just before you paid it, you asked me to loan you $51.75?
That's right. I didn't have quite enough to cover the bill.
And, by the way, Red, when are you going to pay me that money I loaned you?
I don't know. Let's turn another page and find out.
Well, what does it say?
Well, it says, here's Dave Rose and his orchestra, and they're going to accompany the Smith twins while they sing
Whoa, Emma from Texas Carnival.
The moon is kind of yellow and it's hanging down low. There ain't no need to hurry when there's no place to go. So, whoa, Emma, behave yourself. Whoa, Emma, my silly little filly, take it slow, Emma, and save yourself. A lady don't go lickety-splitting, such behavior ain't befitting. Whoa, Emma, control yourself. Oh, Emma, my bossy little horsey, home we go, Emma, console yourself. 'Cause soon we'll both be hitting the hay and call it a day. Inhale the fine smell, as clean as smooth. Enjoy the sunset, and we'll pull gouge your snow. Hope you know, Emma, I'm past my prime. So, Emma, my bonny little pony, move as though, Emma, we're on a dime. And don't begin that clippity-clop and hell's the pop, and Emma, take your time. We're feeling kind of cozy and it wouldn't be right to giddy up and hurry home on this kind of night. So, whoa, Emma, take your time, Emma. We need some time to say good night.
You hear a lot of claims these days about modern refrigerators. Self-defrosting, no defrosting, this or that feature. But have you seen the new Norge Jet self-defroster? There's a refrigerator that has everything. A really advanced type of automatic defrosting. Jet defrosting. That melts frost so fast, even ice cream stays frozen in the big cross-top freezer. Since it doesn't depend on counting cycles, Norge never surprises you by defrosting just as company arrives, or fails to defrost if you happen to be away for a few days. Norge defrosts every night on schedule. Really, it's the simplest, most practical self-defrosting system of all. And why not? Experience counts. Norge is the world's largest manufacturer of self-defrosting refrigerators. They originated automatic defrosting back in the 30s. And as for space, usable space, this new Norge Jet self-defroster really has it. A whole door full of shelves for upfront storage, with built-in egg nest and 4-temperature butter bank. A regular pantry of adjustable, movable shelf space inside. If you're even thinking about buying a new refrigerator, you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. From the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we present a story entitled How to Make Enemies. Chapter 1 is about a case of mistaken identity, and it stars Clam Cadiddlehopper.
Well, here I am. The last time I saw Barrow, I was sick as a dog. Well, I'm all registered for the draft again, and they don't know how to classify me either. Dead or alive. They said they were going to defer me because I'm a farmer. Of course, my corn crop wasn't too good this year. The ears are so bad they're wearing hearing aids. Oh,
Well, I can always stop in at Daisy June's house for a bite to eat if I run short of money. I wonder what she's having for supper tonight. I hope it ain't hash. She's so impulsive, you know. Here comes that same car again. Now, that guy's been following me for an hour now. I hope I ain't in any trouble. Somebody told me that the dog catcher had a warrant out for me.
Well, if it ain't Lieutenant Muscle.
Who?
Muscle, do you remember me?
I don't even remember me.
Stop playing dumb.
I ain't playing. I'm sincere.
Look, Lieutenant Muscle, you remember the way you pushed us GIs around? Well, you ain't got those bars on your shoulder now, boy.
Here, let go of my Adam's apple. It ain't quite ripe enough to pick yet. Let go. You got the wrong man.
Look, I told you overseas that if I ever met you when you get out of the Army, I was going to punch you right in the nose.
Who's going to punch who in your nose?
I'm going to punch you.
You try it once and you'll be surprised. You see? It was easier than you thought.
Lieutenant, get up, you. Hey, wait,
Stop,
just
please.
a minute. Stand over here in the light.
You're doing all right with me standing in the dark.
Oh, look, I'm awful sorry, fella, but from a distance, you look just like Lieutenant Muscle.
You?
Hey, tell me, did I hurt you?
Oh, no. I tied this knot in my spine to remember something.
I'm awfully sorry that I punched you without thinking.
Well, I'm not. If you'd have thought about it, you'd have done a better job.
Well, look, please accept my apologies for mistaking you for Lieutenant Muscle, will you?
You mean to tell me that there's another guy in this world that looks like me?
You look enough alike to be twins.
Good heavens, what a gruesome thought.
No hard feelings, eh, buddy?
I got no feelings at all.
Can I drop you off somewhere?
No, I'll drop me off somewhere. Just knock me down. Now you want to... This is my girl's house here. I got to hurry. I'll be late for supper. Boy, what an experience that was, being mistaken for somebody like that. Oh, well.
Howdy, Clam.
Well, Daisy!
Your nose is bleeding. What happened?
Well, I ran into an old friend of mine. Of course, he had his fifth out at the time.
Well, won't you come in?
Oh, don't care if I do. Oh.
Well, wait till I open the screen door.
Oh, you always were a stickler for details. I'm sorry, I didn't notice the screen. I thought those specks in front of my eyes had turned to squares.
You're just in time to help me with supper dishes.
Dishes? You mean you have already eaten? Why, this is a cat's after me. This is a catastrophe. You have eaten.
Didn't you eat, Clam?
Are you accusing me of doing something behind your back?
Oh, I'm sorry, Clam. Are you hungry?
No, I'm not too hungry.
Your stomach's growling.
Well, it wasn't thunder, I'll tell you that.
Look, if you'll help me with the dishes, I'll fix you a bite to eat.
Well, now that's mighty neighborly of you.
I'll wash and you dry.
Why should I dry? I'm not even wet. Chicken inspector.
Lamb.
I'm hotter than a Roy Rogers pistol tonight.
Why must you act like an imbecile?
Because I refuse to put on airs, that's why.
Here, take this towel to dry the dishes with.
All right, I'm good at drying dishes. Let me dry 3 of them at a time. Just shuffle them around there.
Stop showing off. You can't dry 3 dishes at a time. You're liable to break one.
Look, I've been drying dishes all my life, and I've never broken one. Until now.
Oh, Clam. I bought those dishes to have when I got married.
Oh?
It was a service for 6.
Come again?
It was a service for 6.
You're marrying somebody with kids?
Now, you just clean up that mess.
Oh.
Don't stand there. Go get the broom from the back porch.
All right. I could just bend over and sweep it up with my eyebrows. Now, let's see. Where could that broom be? Let's see. Somebody prowling around out here. Hey, you. What are you doing? I said, who are you? Who are you? Look, are you going to tell me who you are, or am I going to have to run from the light?
Say, could you tell me where 521 Keys Avenue is? Lieutenant Muscle, I've been looking for you.
Oh, wait a minute now. Remember, it's me. It's me again.
How could I ever forget you?
Look, let go of my ear, will you? Now look what you've done to my ear. I look like a lopsided bloodhound now.
This is for being so nasty to the boys in our outfit.
Here, look, old man, I'm Clam Cadiddlehopper. Look, you beat me up just a little while ago, remember? You mistook me for that Lieutenant Muscle.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yet I never can remember faces.
Well, no wonder you keep going around changing them.
Look, I'm awful sorry, Clem, but, well, you do look so much like Lieutenant Muscle. You see, I think of how he treated our outfit.
Yeah?
Well, I just got carried away.
You're going to carry me away if you keep this job.
Yeah, but, look, I can't keep beating you up like this. Here, wear my Dewey button.
Dewey button?
Yeah.
Oh,
Now I'll know you the next time I see you.
Well, thanks. That's very neighborly of you. You said you were looking for 521 Keys Avenue?
That's right, yeah.
This is the place. This is the house, but you better go around to the front door. Because if you knock at this back door, they shoot, and then they ask questions. Of course, they don't get many answers, but they ask them. See that sign over there? Anybody found around here at night will be found around here in the morning.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll go around to the front door.
Okay.
Hiya.
Get this broom in. Yeah?
What's keeping you?
I was just talking to a man outside.
Well, what was he doing at the back door? Who was he?
That's him now. I told him to go around to the front door and let him in. Howdy there.
Oh, pardon me. Could you tell me? Lieutenant Muscle, I told you I'd look you up.
Here now.
Get up, you rat. Get up.
Look, you eager beaver. It's me, Clam Cadiddlehopper. Look, I'm wearing the Dewey button.
I'm sorry. Politics ain't going to help you. All right, now take that.
Look, you're asking for it.
For
boy.
what?
Manslaughter charges. It's a good thing I don't lose my temper easily.
Here, you big bully. What are you trying to do? Knock Clam silly?
If you are, you're wasting your time.
Get up on your feet, Lieutenant Muscle.
I ain't Lieutenant Muscle.
He ain't Lieutenant Muscle.
He ain't Lieutenant Muscle.
Muscle died over a year ago.
Muscle's dead?
That
explains the resemblance, then.
You say Lieutenant Muscle's dead?
Yes.
Gee, I'm sure sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no nothing.
He was the nicest guy I ever knew. You know, with him gone, life won't be worth living.
It's going to help me out, though.
Poor Lieutenant Muscle. Well, see you around.
Yeah.
Oh, my poor, poor Clam.
No.
I'll fix you something to eat.
Oh, never mind. How could I chew it with my teeth scattered all over the rug? I'm going home.
You're going home?
Yeah. I'm going to stop by the undertaker's and get an appraisal, though. What kind of an offer can I get? Well, I'll see you later.
Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
Look, I've taken enough punishment in one day. No.
And now David Rose and his orchestra will play Don't Fence Me In. And now for our weekly homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Hello there. You know what a nuisance it is to have to fix individual salads or a salad bowl at the last minute, especially when you're busy with company. Well, here's the trick. In several of the new Norge refrigerator models, the crisper is full width. So just fix your salads with everything except the salad dressing in the morning. Then store the individual plates or the whole salad bowl right in the crisper. The salad will be as fresh and crisp as if you just fixed it.
You get that big crisper with a new Norge Jet Self defroster, and it's a peach. It glides out on runners light as a feather. And it has removable dividers, so it's actually 3 crispers in one. Every place you look in this handsome new Norge, you discover new conveniences and ways of stretching space. For instance, there's room for a whole case of tall bottles. There's a meat drawer deep enough for a big roast. And room in the full-width freezer chest for over 52 pounds of frozen foods. And you'll never have to think about defrosting again, because this new jet model defrosts automatically every night in mere minutes. Even ice cream stays frozen. If this is your year to buy a new refrigerator, take a look at the new Jet Self defroster, for you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. Our third chapter on how to make enemies is about the nuisances you meet on a bus. The nuisance in this case happens to be Junior, the mean little kid.
All right, Junior. All right, now, here comes our bus.
Oh, we don't do them poor people know what's in store for them.
Now, I expect you to behave yourself.
Oh, you dreamer, you.
All right, folks, all aboard. Watch your step.
Ah, shut up.
Junior. Here, let me help you on the bus.
Oh, here! Stop picking me up on my ears. I look enough like a wabbit as it is.
Now, Junior, go sit down while I pay the bus fare.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, say, you can't sit on my lap, son. You'll block my view, and I might drive this bus into a tree. And you wouldn't want that to happen, would you?
Looks like I got a live one tonight, don't it?
Get off the driver's lap.
No, I want to watch this bird drive. He looked a little carrot to me.
Well, here's your fare, driver.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, what was that bell you just rang? Why did you do that?
Oh, it's just a meter to tell the bus company how many people rode the bus today.
Oh, well, then you better ring it again.
Why?
Because I is here. 2 of us got on this sardine can with wheels. And you only ring it up once, so? There, now it's right.
What did you do that for?
Junior, would you let things alone?
Well, he's inferring that I is nothing. He has to tell him how many people rode the bus. So all I did was like that.
No, that'll be 20 cents more, my dear lady.
Oh, don't get so snippy.
Don't get so snippy.
Here's your own 20 cents.
Yeah.
Thank you, lady, thank you.
It ain't nothing of it.
Why are you staring at me, son?
You trying to steal that money?
What do you mean?
She just gave you 20 cents. Let's hear the bell ring. Let's hear it ring. Like this.
No! Lady, if I had a child like that, I'd give him poison.
If I had a pop like you, I'd take it.
What are you fretting about now?
Yeah.
Your boy just pulled the chain and rang up 2 more fares. Do you realize that now I'm short?
Well, if I hadn't rang the bell, you'd be long. Nuts. The whole world's nuts.
You said it. Look, lady, I can lose my job for that.
Don't get sarcastic with me.
Don't get sarcastic with her. No, you better be careful, boy. She wrestles on television every Monday night.
All right. Now, get out.
I will not.
I'm warning you, mister. You are now talking to the hooded terror. Watch out if she don't slap the stranglehold on you. Heel, mummy, heel.
Junior, will you shut up?
Yeah, don't swing. I'm on your side, Cato.
You have my heartfelt condolences. Yes. Driver, the other passengers would like to move on. Do let's get the lead out of that gasoline.
have you know that I'm not budging a spark plug until they get off this bus.
Look, I'll pay you 20 cents. Will you get rolling?
I don't care where it comes from, just so I don't have to pay it out of my own pocket.
Very well. Here you are.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Whistle Hips.
Well, shall we try it again?
Yes. Oh, by the way, driver, don't forget to ring up the fares.
Oh, all right. Oh, no! Now look what you made me do.
Look, kiddo, this time you paid because you rang it that time. Boy.
Yes, I rang it up. And now I have to pay. Your little joke cost me 20 cents. 20 cents.
Why are you stopping on this bridge?
No reason at all. I just want to hear bells ring. Bells. That's what I want to hear. Bells.
I think he blew his quarter. Oh, well, we all have to go sooner or later.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next week.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
And this is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Golden Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Abbott and Costello program, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing star Amy Arnell, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting a football in his Uncle Artie Seven's pocket because he heard him say his grandfather was going to kick off, calmly said, "I'm not bad,
Hey, Costello. What's the idea of coming in here with those overalls and straw hat?
They're my gardening clothes, Abbott.
What do you mean?
I've been out working in the garden all morning, and I planted 2 acres of mashed potatoes.
Now, wait a minute. How can you plant mashed potatoes?
I use a hammer.
I'll bet you're some gardener. What else did you plant?
Well, I planted raw onions, and then a row of radishes. And then I put some peas and another row of radishes. And then I got some lettuce and another row of radishes. Some more beans, another row of radishes.
Wait a
and
minute,
some more beans and another row of radishes.
Just a minute. Why did you put every other row radishes?
I can't help it. Radishes always repeat on me.
Well, forget about it. Let's drop the radishes. Come on, please. Let's drop the radishes. Let's get on.
Well, it won't do any good. They'll only come right up again.
Look, Costello, didn't you plant any tomatoes?
Huh?
I say, didn't you plant any tomatoes?
Yeah, I planted a row of tomatoes, 1 inch apart.
Costello, now that's too close together. It'll squeeze the tomato and into a funny shape.
So what? So what?
What do you mean, so what? Did you ever see a short, fat tomato?
Yeah, I danced with one last night at the Palladium.
Talk sense, please. You talk sense, Costello. How's the dirt around your place, Lou?
I don't know. I haven't heard any lately.
No. I'm talking about the soil. What state is your soil in?
In the state of California, dope.
No. I'm talking about the condition of the ground. How's the dirt?
Oh, it's no good. It's full of worms.
I'm trying to find out if you have any weeds.
Huh?
I'm trying to find out if you have any weeds on your
Boy,
place.
if I got weeds. I spent an hour this morning pulling on a big piece of devil grass. And I pulled, and I pulled, and I pulled.
And what happened?
Finally, the devil came up and said, "Look, Costello, when I want you, I'll send for you."
Listen, Costello, I'd better help you. By the way, what are you putting in those 2 acres in back of the barn?
Ad lib till I find my place.
You know those 2 new acres you have in back of the barn? What are you planting in back there? You don't seem to talk. My goodness, man.
Thank you.
You know what? Do you realize?
Huh?
Do you realize what you're doing?
What?
What are you planting in those acres?
Oh, I'm putting the whole thing in Mexican jumper beans. And then when they grow up, I'll feed the Mexican jumper beans to the cow.
Yes.
It makes the cow easier to milk.
Makes the cow easier to milk?
Yeah, when the cow is full of Mexican jumper beans, I just grab a hole and hang on while the cow jumps up and down, up and down.
Oh, Costello, talk sense, will you please? Will you please talk sense?
Well, I gotta leave now, Abbott. I gotta go out in the orchard and hang prunes on all orange trees.
Hang prunes on your orange trees?
Mm-hmm.
Who told you to do that?
My Uncle Artie Stebbins.
Uncle Artie Stebbins.
He said my orange trees needed pruning.
Oh, what a dope. Your uncle meant you should get a ladder and saw the limbs. Did you saw the limbs?
Certainly I saw the limbs. They were hanging right in front of me.
No. I mean, did you saw the limbs off the tree?
No, I saw the limbs on the tree.
Look, Costello, I'm trying to tell you that your trees need trimming. You've got to trim it before the sap rises.
I got to trim before the sap rises?
That's right.
What time do you get up?
No. Please, Costello. Now, if you want to have good oranges, you've not only got to trim the tree, but you must put a smudge pot under it.
A what?
A smudge pot. Don't you know what a smudge pot is?
Oh, sure. A smudge pot is a tin can that smokes and burns oil, and you can find them on any used car lot in Hollywood.
No. Give it. Tell me, what kind of oranges grow on your trees?
Oh, the regular kind, round ones.
Are they, look, please, are they Valencias or navel oranges?
They're navel oranges.
How do you know?
I saw Sarah picking some.
How can you be so stupid? You can tell the difference between oranges by the color of the juice. Did you ever squeeze one of your oranges?
Yeah.
Well, what came out?
Milk.
Milk. How could oranges have milk in them? Now tell me that.
I got the tree from a nursery.
Oh, come on, Tom. Come with me. We're going out in the backyard and look at your orange tree.
I'm really after him tonight, ain't I?
Come on, now. Wait a minute. Hey, what I tell you, we're going out in the backyard and look at your trees. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look out that window. There's a great big crow sitting up in your tree.
Hey, that crow's got a lot of nerve. Abbott, hand me my sawed-off shotgun.
Okay, hey, this gun hasn't got any handle.
How do you like that? I sawed off the wrong end.
Watch what you're doing. You're pointing that gun right at me.
Don't worry, Abbott.
Wait a minute,
don't
you
worry.
want to shoot me?
I've got my finger over the hole.
Keep it there.
Stand back, Abbott. I'll teach that crow to eat my oranges. Watch me get him.
Was that the crow?
Yeah, that's the biggest old crow in this neighborhood. That's Mrs. Niles.
That's terrible, Costello. Come on, let's see what happened. Uh-oh. Here she comes, Costello.
There you are, you little fat assassin. How dare you shoot at me when I was up in that tree putting oranges in my bucket?
That'll teach you to keep your bucket out of my tree. I'm tired of people swiping my oranges.
Your oranges? Why, it so happens, Costello, that your orange tree hangs over into my yard. And the law says that whatever hangs over my fence belongs to me.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Now, look, Mrs. Niles. Did you ever see a fat man standing at a bar?
Yes, what about it?
Does the part that hangs over belong to the bartender?
No.
You know there ain't no answer to that?
I know. All right, don't answer. Costello, apologize to Mrs. Niles for knocking her out of that tree.
She ought to apologize to me.
What did
You fell on my head and fed my hollyhockuses.
Costello, you're not going to get away with this. I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to charge you with assault. I'll charge you with battery. I'll charge you with mayhem, and I'll charge you with attempted manslaughter. And it'll cost you $1,000. What do you think of that?
You can charge that, too.
There were throat specialists and doctors who concentrate on the nervous system. There were diagnosticians and cardiologists and ophthalmologists. Doctors in each and every branch of medicine among the 113,000 doctors covered in a recent nationwide survey. It was a survey of cigarette preference. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? Was the gist of the query made by 3 leading independent research organizations. And the brand most named was Camels. Camels. Rich, full-flavored, cool, and mild. Truly a superb blend of costlier tobaccos. Try Camels, then, on your own T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. A most critical laboratory for the testing of any cigarette. You, like so many doctors, may find that Camels suit your T-zone to a T.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
For Camel fans everywhere, Carl Hoff and the orchestra play Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow.
Pardon me, I'm looking for Lou Costello.
I'm Lou Costello.
I am Sheriff Yapra Carisi. Mr. Costello, I'm here to serve you with a subpoena.
Thanks. I don't care for some.
Some what?
Some peanuts.
No, this subpoena is for assault.
Oh, some salted peanuts. I still got one, man.
Costello, this means that Mrs. Niles is going to press a suit against you.
She can't press a suit against me, Abbott. I don't care for the lady.
Young man, you can't refuse this subpoena. I'm an officer of the law.
Oh, you're an officer of the law.
That's right.
Then you're a public servant.
Yes, I am.
Get me a glass of water.
Take it easy, Lou. Look, you little peepsqueak. Don't get funny with me. See this scar?
Yeah?
Gunfight, 1941.
You see this scar?
Yeah?
Vaccination, 1946. And boy, did that stick out.
Young man, you forget that I'm a sheriff.
How do I know you're the sheriff?
Read what it says on this badge.
Vote for Hoover.
Darn it, I always wear the wrong one.
Well, Costello, the subpoena says that you are to appear in court tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock to answer Mrs. Niles' charge. Now, what do you say?
Abbott, I'm too young to go to jail. To think that I, a poor boy who has never been away from my mother's April strings, shall become a victim of foul circumstances, to be incarcerated behind cold gray walls like a common criminal, to be shunned by the people of society. Alas and alack, alack and alas.
Do you really feel that way, Costello?
No, but Universal Studios told me to hammer it up tonight if I got a chance.
All right, look. Stop talking like a dope, will you, please?
This is serious, Lou. The first thing you've got to do is get out and get some character witnesses.
That won't do no good, Abbott.
You mean you have no witnesses?
I ain't got no character.
Oh, don't talk then. Oh, we've got to get out and get some character witnesses. Come on.
Ah! Good old Hollywood and fine. Hey, Abbott, I know where I can get a good witness. Let's stop in and see my old girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil.
Oh! Men, come in!
How are you, Tessie? You certainly looking wonderful.
Well, thank you, my little fat lover boy. Everyone tells me I have an hourglass figure.
It looks like all the sand stopped at 4:30. But really, Tessie, you look lovely in those sunset bus slacks.
What do you mean, sunset bus slacks?
Standing room only?
Oh, Louis, you say the cutest things.
Oh, this kid's gonna lay an egg. You know, I was in Griffith Park last night, and the benches were applauding. Hope gets nothing with it. I don't expect nothing.
Costello, you came here looking for a witness, remember?
Oh, yes. Tessie, could you go to courthouse with me tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock?
Oh, I'd love to, Louis. But I'm giving a lecture on biology tomorrow morning. You know, biology is one of my favorite subjects. And I can safely say that I know more about the human body than anybody else.
You should. You had one longer than anybody else.
Well, you didn't get yourself a witness there.
Let's go next door and see Scotty Brown. He'll vouch for me.
I wish you would not pounce so hard on the door, laddies. There's a burglar under the bed. A burglar under the bed? Didn't you call the police? No, the burglar's asleep, and when he wakes up, I'm going to charge him for a night's lodging.
Hey, Scotty, I have to go to court at 10 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to have you appear as a character witness for me.
I'm very sorry, laddie, but I have to go to the doctor's in the morning to have my hand dressed. I got a terrible burn between my thumb and my index finger.
How did you burn your fingers, Scotty?
Well, a bunch of my Scotch friends and I had a smoker last night, and I was 13th on the match.
Scotty, can't we just come in for a minute and talk to you?
No, you can't. My wife is in the living room taking a bath. Your wife is taking a bath in the living room? Aye, laddie. The people upstairs let their bathtub run over, and it's leaking through our ceiling, and my wife is standing under the leak taking a shower. Well, Costello, you haven't got a character witness yet.
Wait a minute, Abbott. There's my friend, Bessie Maymucho. She's getting out of the car. Oh, yo-ho, Bessie!
Oh, hello, boys. I haven't time to talk to you now. I'm on my way to the Santa Fe Railroad Depot.
Santa Fe Depot?
Oh, Abbott. You know what that is. That's where you buy your train tickets. Where are you going, Bessie?
I'm taking the Santa Fe back to Cincinnati.
Cincinnati?
Yes. You know where Cincinnati is.
Oh, sure. That's back in the state of Oahu.
I'm going off there to be toastmaster at a banquet given by the Chamber of Commerce. What could be more thrilling than being surrounded by a bunch of men at a banquet?
I'd rather sit around a weenie roost with a bunch of Girl Scouts.
Well, I got to dash along now. The hustle of it to you.
And an oyster and a kisser to you, too.
Costello, what are you going to do now?
Well, hey, you know what I think, Abbott?
What?
I'm getting tired of asking my friends to be character witnesses. You can always get more out of a stranger. I'm going to ask that new man that just moved in next door. Come on. I'll tell him we're Abbott and Costello, and I'll bet he'll do anything for us.
Go ahead.
Well, what do you want?
Mister, you're not in very good mood this morning.
Who would be? I've been listening to the radio. These lousy, corny comedians and their bum jokes. Tying prunes on an orange tree. Hourglass figure with a sand stuck in one end. What do they think we listeners are, a bunch of morons? Thousands of dollars a week for stale jokes. I'd just like to get my hands on one radio comedian. I'd throttle him. I'd tear him to bits. I'd break every bone in his body. I'd ram every one of those corny jokes down his throat. Well, who are you?
John's other wife?
This month of April marks the birthday of a great man of medicine, and this, in a humble and respectful way, is a salute to him. His name, Dr. William Henry Welch, pioneer in pathology, preventive medicine, public health, and sanitation. His researches are famous. His teaching and writings influence the entire medical thought of the country. So, this salute in his honor, and to every doctor before him and after him, whose lives and works are basic threads in the very fabric of civilization. The makers of Camels cannot help but be proud of the standing of this cigarette in the medical profession. The query, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" was put to 113,000 doctors by 3 leading independent research organizations. The brand named most was Camel.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
And here is Camel's lovely Amy Arnell to bring you her celebrated personality.
When Madame Pompadour was on a ballroom floor, said all the gentlemen obviously, the Madame had the cutest personality. And think of all the books about Du Barry's look, or was it made her the toast of Paris? She had a well-developed personality. And what did Romeo see in Juliet, or Pierrot in Pierrette, or Jupiter in Juno? You know, I know. And when Salome danced and had the boys entranced, no doubt it must have been easy to see that she knew how to use her personality. And what did Harry J. see in Betty G, or Garson G. in Gable C, or Bing and Bob in Dot Lamore? Toujours amour. I've got the grave old grace, I've got a grave old face, except I've had it much longer than she. If I only had her personality.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
CocaCola.
The Court of Common Pleas is now in session. The case of Mrs. Niles versus Lou Costello. The prisoner will now step to the bar. The prisoner is charged with perforating Mrs. Niles' bucket while she was filling it with oranges.
Look, Mrs. Niles, why can't we drop this case? I didn't mean to shoot at you. Honest, I didn't. I wouldn't harm anybody. I was brought up always to be kind to everybody because I am a Boy Scout.
You're a Boy Scout? What are those 2 stripes on your arm?
I belong to the Skunk Patrol.
Costello, you're not going to talk me out of pressing my suit. Bailiff, I demand that you swear in this defendant.
Very well. The defendant, Lou Costello, raise your right hand and swear on this bar of soap.
Swear in a bar of soap? What for?
We want you to come clean.
Hey, Abbott, they're getting ready to send me to jail. You gotta do something.
Don't worry, Costello. I've got you the greatest lawyer in town.
Yes, and here I am, your old friend Melonhead. Costello, I'm a lawyer of the old school.
Looks like the old school needs a new roof.
Look. Now, don't you make remarks about my bald head, Costello. After all, I'm a good egg.
That's the first egg I ever saw with a pair of ears. Yeah, but I don't want this guy to defend me.
Why not?
I'd rather have my other uncle, J. Emanuel. He's the greatest and the cleverest lawyer in the country.
Oh, yeah? Where did he study law?
He went to Vassar for 4 years.
You idiot. Vassar happens to be a girls' school.
Well, it takes a smart guy to get away with that, don't it?
Right, Costello. Here comes the judge.
Everybody rise. Presenting his honor, Judge Philpop Store Cheese. All right, bailiff, bring in the case. Will the jury please be seated? I always forget to put the seats in the jury box. The defense ready? Your Honor, I would like to have a few minutes to draw up my brief.
Now, how do you like that? I'm going to go to jail, and this guy has to stop to pull up his shorts.
And now, Costello, his briefs are paper.
No wonder he rustles when he walks.
Order in the court. The defendant will kindly address the bench.
Hiya, bench.
Hello. Let your lawyer do the talking.
Your Honor, I am representing this defendant, Mr. Costello. It seems that my client, with malicious intent, took a shot at a poor, defenseless woman while she was picking oranges out of a tree. He knocked her to the ground. He ruined her bucket, and he did her, Your Honor. He did this woman great bodily injury. The defense rests.
Wait a minute, Melonhead. Whose side are you on?
Costello, kindly sit down in front.
But, Judge.
I said sit down in front.
I don't think that way.
Costello. Do you realize I'm Justice?
And I'm Justice, too.
Justice who?
Just as good as you are.
Wait a minute, Costello. You can't talk that way to the judge. That's the most contemptible thing I've heard in all my years at the bar.
Well, a little less time at the bar and you wouldn't be so contemptible.
Costello, I told you to let your lawyer do the talking.
That's right, Abbott Costello. You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your Honor, we plead insanity.
Just a minute. This whole case is a farce. I demand that you find Costello guilty.
But, Mrs. Niles, I can't do that. I haven't heard the evidence.
Please, Judge, I appeal to you as a man.
You don't even appeal to me as a woman.
I object!
You object? What for?
I haven't had a line in 2 pages.
Well, stick around. Stick around and I'll give you a sentence.
Costello. I'm telling you to keep quiet. You're only making things worse.
Look, Your Honor, I'd like to plead my own case. I couldn't do anything wrong, really. I couldn't because I've always been very bashful and shy. I remember on my 12th birthday, my mother and my father they gave me a nice little dresser for my bedroom. I was so bashful, I kept the dresser turned to the wall.
You kept the dresser turned to the wall? Why?
I didn't want the drawers to show.
Costello, I'll listen to your plea if you can produce a character witness.
Okay. I'd like to present as a character witness a young girlfriend of mine, Miss Fifi LeBlanc.
Here I am, Monsieur Costello.
Come on over here and kiss your poor old father.
I object. This young lady has nothing to present to this court.
Are you kidding?
Fifi, I knew your big brown eyes would get 'em. Fifi, will you kindly take a chair?
No, let her sit up here on the bench with me. I'm lonesome. Now, Miss LeBlanc, kindly tell the court your full name.
Mademoiselle Fifi H. LeBlanc.
What does the H stand for?
Hillside 2183.
I object!
You object?
Yeah, she gave me Hillside 2184.
What are you doing tonight, Fifi?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, but I'm going steady with Monsieur Costello. I will be true to him as long as he lives.
Costello, I sentence you to be hanged at dawn.
Your Honor, you can't do this. My friend Costello is an honest man, an innocent man. He didn't mean to shoot at Mrs. Niles.
I don't care about that part. He has no business wasting the time of a beautiful girl like Fifi LeBlanc. A man as ugly as Costello couldn't possibly have any integrity of character. In fact, Costello, you are entirely lacking in personal charm.
I wouldn't say that. Just put a razor in my hand and you couldn't tell me from Gregory Peck.
Gregory Peck. Why, you worm, there isn't a woman in town that would take a second look at you.
Mrs. Niles is right, Costello. But I'll tell you what I'll do. As the judge in this case, I will let you go free if you can get some lady in this courtroom to come up here and kiss you.
Are you kidding? Oh, thank you very much, Judge. I'll show you how you feel to women. Ladies, this is your chance to kiss me. The line forms on the right. Tom, come on. Isn't there some good-looking young woman in the audience that would like to come up here and kiss me? Any middle-aged lady? Any old lady? Any old man?
There, Costello, that proves you have no charm. You're going to jail.
Oh, wait a minute, Judge. Somebody is pushing through the crowd now. Look at them! Pushing right through this crowd, Judge. Oh, they're going to come up to kiss me. Ah, there you are, darling. I knew you'd show up. Come on here and kiss me, honey. Gee, thank you, Elsie.
Costello will be back for Camel Cigarettes in just a moment. And now, tonight's salute to the men in the armed forces who won through to victory.
Tonight we hail the 106th Infantry Golden Lion Division, heroes of Sanvis in the Battle of the Bulge. Since the beginning of the war, the makers of camels have sent more than 150 million free camels to our fighting men overseas. But now, with demobilization in progress, free camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the camels go to U.S. Army AAF Regional Hospital, Hamilton Field, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Bremerton, Washington, U.S. Marine Hospital, Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn, New York, Veterans Hospital, Pelly Point, Maryland, Veterans Hospital, Chillicothe, Ohio. In your honor, men of the Golden Lion Division.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week. Our rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, you kept yourself out of jail by kissing a cow, didn't you?
I knew I wouldn't go to jail, Abbott. I've never done anything wrong. Nothing at all. In fact, if the audience will just stay for an hour after the show, I'd like to tell you the story of my life.
No, not that. Anything but that.
Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. My life story happens to be very interesting.
Oh, yeah? Well, tell me, Fatso, what did your mother and father say the day you were born?
Why bring that up?
That's what I thought they said.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Why smoke a pipe? For pleasure, of course. So why not get the most pipe pleasure? How? With Prince Albert tobacco. Why? Because it's choice tobacco, crimp cut to burn slow, cool. Because it's specially treated to take out tongue bite. Does that make a difference? You bet. Why, more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco on earth. Try PA today. Saturday night, be sure to listen to Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry. You'll hear Red Foley, Grand Ole Opry's sensational new singer. He's got a voice that's romantic as moonlight on the mountains, warm as southern hospitality. And the way Red Foley sings our great American folk songs makes mighty fine listening. Remember Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC with the Duke of Paducah, Minnie Pearl, and Red Foley.
Be sure to listen at this very same time next week for the Abbott and Costello Show for Camel Cigarettes. Thursday night is All-Star Night on NBC. Stay tuned in for Rudy Valley over most of these stations. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Monitor, and I'm Skitch Henderson here in Radio Central, and tonight we'll bring you a concert that includes some of the finest music ever written, played by the world's leading orchestras. Of course, we'll touch on other topics, too, and right now sit back and enjoy Groucho. Say, Fenneman, tell us, what's tonight's secret word?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word is book. B-O-O-K.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
George, I got a riddle for you. You know what's the best way to make a coat last?
No, unless the best way to make a coat last would be to make the trousers first.
You know, you're supposed to do the commercials here. I'm supposed to tell the jokes. I'm going to give you one more chance, George.
All right.
Why is George Fenneman like the boiler on a steam engine?
I guess I'd better say, why? Why is he like the boiler in a steam engine?
I'll tell you why. Because you're both fired. Play around with that. What did we come down here for tonight, George? Couldn't you find anything else to do?
Well, no, I've invited some people down, and you're going to talk to them, and then ultimately some of them will get a chance to maybe win $10,000.
And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100.
And Groucho will meet our first couple in just a moment.
What's that chicken doing here? Where are the singers?
Singers?
The ones going to sing, Let Mrs. Grass Make the Soup at Your House. Those singers.
Don't need 'em. I brought this chicken that's going to sing.
The chicken?
Sure. It is Mrs. Grass's chickeny rich noodle soup with real chickeny flavor. I figure we ought to have a chicken sing about it.
I suppose the chicken's going to tell the people all about how Mrs. Grass's chickeny rich noodle soup is made with Mrs. Grass's exclusive golden nugget and her own genuine egg noodles.
Well, not exactly.
I suppose the chicken's going to tell about how that blue box of Mrs. Grass's soup mix gives you more soup and half again more noodles.
You don't understand. I didn't bring a talking chicken. It's a singing chicken. Come on. Let Mrs. Grass make the soup at your house. Sing it.
Let me the soup make the grass at your house.
I must have brought the wrong chicken.
Groucho, Grace Garrett and Chuck Lewis are on deck, so folks, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you divide 1,250 pesos. Now, Grace Garrett and Chuck Lewis. If there's anything I'd like to do is to Chuck Lewis. Which one is your Grace, huh?
Yes.
Do you mind if I call you Grace?
I wouldn't like it if you called me anything else. I don't think I'd answer you.
I'm going to have some trouble here tonight, I guess. Would you mind if I asked you your age, Grace?
Not at all.
Well, I will ask you your age. What is your age?
I'm 77, but I feel like I was about 40.
I feel like 42. I feel like 40 elephants just dragged me through a knot hole. What's the reason you feel 35 years younger than you are?
Well, I think I live right, and I haven't any bad habits.
Mm-hmm. We'd make a great team. I have no good habits. We could nullify each other. Now, come now, Grace. Everybody has some bad habits. Are you sure you have none?
I'm positive.
What's the point of getting out of bed in the morning?
Well, I get hungry.
Are you married?
No, I've been a widow for 23 years.
Are you interested in having another go at it?
Oh, no. No, I should say not. I live alone and like it.
Well, I wasn't proposing. I was just checking. Well, what fun do you get out of living alone?
Well, I can enjoy my own peculiarities.
Mm-hmm. Such as what?
Well, such as putting ketchup on my pie if I want to. Nobody to stop me.
Put ketchup on pie?
Ketchup on my pie.
Mm-hmm. You mean to tell me there are people living alone just so they can put ketchup on that pie? What kind of pie do you put the ketchup
Raspberry.
on? There's nothing personal in that pie, is there?
Not at all. Nothing personal.
I thought you were giving me a piece of it.
No.
Your name is really Chuck Lewis, or is this just a pseudonym?
That's the name, yes.
Pseudonym?
That's my real name.
Where are you from, Chuck?
Well, I was born in Gainesville, Georgia, but traveled all my life. I guess I lived in Glendale, California most of the time. That's where I went to school.
Now, what did you study in school?
I took business administration.
Why did you take that?
Well, I guess that was about the easiest thing they had.
What business did you go into after you left college?
Well, actually, I didn't go into any business. I kind of became a golf bum.
Well, you said you were already a bum. You just added to this and took up golf.
That's right.
How long did you stay in the golf game?
Well, I'm still in it.
You're a pro, or you just putter around?
Well, I'm a pro. I'm at Kenilworth Lodge in Sebring, Florida.
Did you like that joke about you just putter around?
That's fine, yeah.
You didn't
I've
pay
heard
any...
it before.
You played it? Well, what are some of the big tournaments you won while you were puttering around? The Masters, the PGA, the Open?
Oh, no, I never won any of those big ones, but in fact, I don't even play tournaments anymore.
What do you play, pitch and putt?
No, I travel around the country with the Chuck and Linda Lewis golf show, putting on exhibitions.
Is that your wife, Linda Lewis?
No, that's my 8-year-old daughter, Linda, who is the world's youngest golf professional.
Your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
You do tricks with
That's
the golf
right,
club?
trick golf shots. So we do it with that.
I do trick golf shots too, but I don't get paid for it. That's my regular game. Grace, have you changed your mind about getting married again after listening to...
Oh, positively
Or do you
not.
still-
Oh, no.
You still want to drown your sorrow in ketchup,
Yes,
huh?
I certainly do.
How do you support yourself? Do you depend on a girdle or do you have a job?
Well, professional babysitter
Grace,
at the Statler Hilton.
I don't know what you were shifting there, but it looked... It certainly looked as though it had been effective.
Well, it was a little shifty, wasn't it?
Yes. And what do you say you do? You're a girdle shifter?
No, I'm a professional babysitter. At the Statler
Babysitter.
Hilton
Well, why are you
Hotel.
standing up if you're a babysitter?
Well, I sit while I'm at the hotel.
Where is this? You do this?
Statler Hilton.
Oh, I've seen some pretty good babes I'd like to sit with at the Statler. I don't understand. You mean when Mr. and Mrs. Statler go out in the evening, you just sit there and watch the hotel so nobody steals it?
No, I look after the children of the guests of the hotel. When they bring their children with them, and they send for me. And I go down and act as a grandmother.
Well, how do you like
grandmother by the hour.
babysitting?
Oh, I like it very much.
Is it any different than sitting for private families?
Yes, because I don't have to wash the dishes.
Do you find your work interesting, Grace?
Very. I find it very interesting. Children are very interesting to me.
Well, could you give us an example of...
One evening, I was to be left alone with a little 4-year-old boy while his mother went to the theater. But before she left the room, she stood in the doorway, and she told the poor little fellow what to do. She told him what not to do, and what would happen if she didn't get a good report from me when she got back. Finally, the door slammed, and she was gone. The little fellow threw up both hands. He says, Miss Garrett, that woman is making a nervous wreck of me.
Do you charge for babysitting, or do you just do it because you're fond of children?
No, I'm very fond of children, but I'm also fond of those dollars that I get. You know, I get a few.
You're very
$1 an hour.
$1 an hour?
Until midnight, and $1.50 an hour after midnight, and I always hope that they'll stay out all night.
Well, Grace, if I had any small children and needed a babysitter, I'd certainly call on you.
Well, I hope you have some. You asked me a little while ago if you could call me Grace. Would you mind if I'd call you Julius?
No, I'd be flattered.
See, I read
if
the
you called me
McCall magazine, and I couldn't wait for your book.
The title of which is Groucho and Me, on sale at all bookstores.
I know.
This is the secret word. So you just won yourself $50.
No, isn't that wonderful?
That's the equivalent of sitting in the hotel room for about 30 hours.
I know.
And here's 50 for you. Because you laughed so loud at that putter around joke. Don't think I've forgotten that, old boy. This will be reflected in the quiz, you know. Grace, I would say that you're the perfect combination of Mother Goose and Milton Berle.
I get that.
I don't get it either, but...
It's good anyway.
It's good.
I like that.
Let's put it, it's a compliment.
Well, thank you.
I
didn't recognize it, but I'm glad it is.
Well, if I had thought at the time that it was a compliment, I wouldn't have said it. I think we came out even on that exchange. I'd like to find out more about you two, but we have to get on and play the game. You know how to play the game, you bet your life? Well, I could have Mr. Fenneman come out and explain it to you. George?
Yes.
Remember, you get any 4 questions you like, and you alternate your selections.
Well, as you can see, we have questions ranging from $1 to $300. The $300 questions are tougher than the 2, and the 2 are tougher than the 1. You get 4 chances. The object is to earn at least $500, because if you do, you get to come back at the end of the game and maybe try for $10,000.
Now, you selected cities and small towns, I believe it was, of the United States, right?
Right, yes.
Grace, pick the first one.
This is $100.
$100 one?
1, 2, 3.
Right. Fine.
All right, here are the cities and towns. Carson City, Lovelock, and Reno. What is the state?
Nevada.
Nevada is right. You've got $100.
$100, yes. 400 more to go.
Let's try a 300.
A 300?
In what state are Haley, Ketchum, Jerome, and Moscow? Haley, Ketchum, Jerome, and Moscow.
Wyoming.
No, I'm sorry. It's Idaho. You should have known that from Ketchum.
Well, you have $100.
You haven't lost that.
Two more opportunities to earn the $5.
Grace, take a word.
What, you want to try a $200 this time?
Grace is the great compromiser. In what state are Saugatuck, Saginaw, and St. Ignatz?
Michigan.
Michigan is right.
And that was $200. You now have three.
Now $300.
Then I won't.
Well, we have to go for another 200.
No, well, you don't have to.
But it does make sense, let's say.
Well, you're bringing a new note into this show, Joe.
The object is to get $500.
We have 300 now.
That's the object of your
And
affection.
you've had 3 questions, and this is your last question.
Give us 200.
How about this one here?
Fine.
All right. This is a $200 question. If you get it, you'll have your 500.
In what state are Jonesboro, Lake Charles, and Opelousas? Opelousas. O-P-E-L, yes, Louisiana.
And you made $500?
Yes.
So you'll be back to try for maybe $2, $5, or $10,000.
You want these?
No.
Well, congratulations, and I hope we see you later.
Thank you.
Hasta mañana.
Thank you very much.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life. It's going to be another great year for Rambler. That's the word here in Miami from the automotive experts who've already previewed the 60 Rambler. On top of its record-breaking success this year, Rambler has come up with an even more exciting car for 60, with more innovations than ever before. Right now, some of Rambler's new competitors are engaged in crash program road testing and economy runs. In this department, Rambler has a decided advantage. Over 36 miles per gallon with overdrive in the recent NASCAR coast-to-coast economy run. Rambler also holds the big edge in experience. The only compact car proved by 10 years and 25 billion owner-driven miles. Get your special pre-announcement preview of 1960's most exciting car, the new Rambler. The red carpet is out at your Rambler dealers, which means you can preview the 60 Rambler now. See your Rambler dealer.
Now, George, what's on the agenda?
Well, Groucho, we're running a little overtime. As a matter of fact, if you've been having so much fun with our first couple, we may not have time for our next couple to play the quiz. And however, as long as they're standing by, well, they'd sort of like to come in and talk to you anyway. And they've agreed that if necessary, they'll come back again next week. So here they are, a couple of young unmarried people, Margot Rode and K.W. Shelby. Folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word, and you'll divide an extra $100. Margaret Rode and K.W. Shelby. Margaret Rode, you look like a pretty dangerous road with all those curves. Why the uniform, Margot? Are you a letter carrier?
Not quite. I'm an airline hostess, and this is my uniform.
Oh, well, that's very attractive. Which airline are you with?
Lufthansa.
I'm all right. How are you? I say, which airline are you with?
Lufthansa.
What is a Lufthansa? Is that the helicopter service that flies between Glendale and Cucamonga?
Not quite. No, we fly all over the world, and it's the German airline.
Are you German, Margot?
I am, yes.
Are you a Berliner?
I was born in Berlin, but I'm from Hamburg.
You're a hamburger, in other words. If I had some ketchup, I'd put the bite on her. Who knows, maybe later we two could get together and get a bun on. You care for that joke, Margot?
What, was that a joke?
You took those words right out of that audience's mouth. Now, let's see. I hate to leave you, but I'll come back to you pretty soon. You know. All roads lead to Margaret Road, it says here. K.W. Shelby, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. You've met Miss Road, huh?
Yes, just a few moments ago.
Would you like to take this road and see where it leads?
No.
Are you crazy?
No.
Are you just shy?
Well, no. I think Mr. Fenneman jumped to conclusions, and though
He also jumped at Miss Road when she came in. But that's another story that we can't talk about. Yeah.
But though I am still single, I'm planning on being married in just a couple of weeks.
You're going to get married?
Yes.
What you're insinuating, in other words, is that this little girl isn't good enough for you. Is that it?
No, I think she's very, very attractive, but, well, I'm engaged already.
Well, I hope you're very happy. I don't take this kind of resistance lying down, you know. I haven't finished with this romance. You'll develop a taste for hamburgers before we're through. Or my name isn't Dear Abby. It happens to be Ella Wheeler Wilcox. Now, where are you from, Shelby? Shelby, it's in Montana, isn't it? That's where Gibbons and Dempsey fought for the championship.
Oh,
did you know that?
Several Shelby.
Were you named after that fight?
No, I wasn't.
No. How'd you happen to come to California?
Well, my hot water heater blew up.
Well, that's certainly a cheap way to travel. That must have been quite an explosion to blow you all the way from California, all the way to California. Where were you at the time, in New York?
No, I was in New Orleans.
Well, I guess it could blow you that far. Huh? Well, what did you have to do with coming to California?
Well, I was getting ready to take a shower, and there was no hot water. So I went out to the kitchen to see what was the matter, and I discovered that the hot water heater had gone out.
With who? Who was in the kitchen when you went in there?
So I was in there alone, fortunately.
Yeah.
Groucho, I'm sorry to interrupt, but as we anticipated, we are out of time. However, our first couple has a chance, and should have a chance, to try for the big money at the end of the show. So as we anticipated, you people are going to have to come back again next week, all right?
Yes.
Well, I certainly want to continue this conversation. I know you both must have a lot to talk about. Not only that, we want to give you a chance to win some money. So thanks for being with us tonight, and we'll see you again next week.
We'll see if our first couple can bring their winnings up to $10,000 in just a moment.
It's a Rambler year.
This is Frank Blair from San Francisco, and everything I've heard here indicates it is a Rambler year coming up, and a big one. I've been talking to automotive experts, people who've already previewed all the 60 cars, and they say Rambler's really got it again. New styling, exciting new features, and 10 years compact car building experience. That's the Rambler story for 60. The many friends Rambler has made this year, well over 1/3 will tell you that Rambler has a tremendous edge in experience, with 25 billion owner-driven miles. Ramblers also way ahead in economy. 36 miles per gallon with overdrive in the NASCAR coast-to-coast economy run. The 60 Rambler hasn't been announced yet, but you can have a special pre-announcement preview now. The red carpet's out at Rambler dealers, which means you can see the 60 Rambler right away. Come now during red carpet days. Preview the 60 Rambler at Rambler dealers.
Groucho, here are Grace Garrett and Chuck Lewis, who won $500, so they get a chance at the big money, and here they are, coming in right now.
Congratulations, kids. You know, this year, if you win $500 or more in the quiz, you get a chance to run your winnings for the night up to $2,000, $5,000, or even $10,000. So, pick a number from 1 to 10.
I'll take 6.
6. Put a 6 up here, George. And Chuck?
Give me 4.
4. That's your first number. It means if the number comes up on the wheel and you answer the question correctly, your total winnings for the night will be $10,000. Now, you pick the number 4. If your total winnings will be $5,000 if that comes up. Now, if neither number comes up after the spin, the total will be $2,000. If you win, get the right answer. So one of you turn the wheel.
You turn. No, you turn.
Well, your numbers were 4 and 6, and it came up 3, so this question is worth $2,000. A total of 2. Here it is. In World War I, the 42nd Division arrived in France with every state in the Union represented in its ranks. For $2,000, what was the nickname of this famous Army division? Very famous. Walk it over. What's the answer? Well, it's the Rainbow Division, a very famous division. Sorry you missed it, but you still have $500, so that isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us, Grace.
Thank you.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meeker. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
Melanie Kahane, Ben Grower, Broadcast Decorating Wavelengths, a program designed to help you design a more beautiful home tonight on most of these NBC stations.
Well, sir, it's early evening as our scene opens now, and here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook and their son, Mr. Rush Gook. Sade and young Rush are seated on the davenport with sections of the newspaper, while Vic, established at the library table, stares blankly at a sheet of paper and toys with a fountain pen. At length, he glances at his wife, remarking,
"Doggone it.
What's the trouble?
I'm not getting anywhere."
Can't think of anything to say?
Well, there isn't much to say. You can say the whole thing in one sentence.
Well, how long's your article supposed to be?
1,000 words.
Is that quite a bit?
Sure.
How much space does 1,000 words fill up?
Oh, a page maybe. That is, a page the size they have in the Kitchenware Dealer's Quarterly. Well, I thought this would be easy. Had the idea I could dash it right off fast as I could write.
I remember you writing magazine articles before, Gov, and getting stuck.
Yeah, that's true, but on technical subjects. This piece is supposed to be breezy and informal. I guess there's a trick to knocking out any kind of a magazine article.
Well, what did the Kitchenware Dealer Quarterly fellow say in their letter?
You want to go get it, Pete?
In your coat pocket?
Yeah, my coat's hanging over the banister in the hallway.
Oh.
I figured I could whip out a 1,000-word piece in half an hour. Can't even hit on a satisfactory sentence to start off with.
H.K. Fleeber of Grovelman, South Carolina's got a tooth in his mouth from every state in the Union.
Well, when you say that, you shot your bolt. That's the whole idea of the article. I don't want to say all I have to say in the very first sentence. I made one stab here. I start out with the same thing the fellow started out with in that piece about me.
Over at plant number 14, they've got a big slob named V.R. Gook?
Yeah. But it's not original. I don't like to submit anything I haven't thought up myself.
Oh.
Darn H.K. Fleeber and his teeth from every state in the Union.
That hits me kind of silly, Vic.
How do you mean?
Oh, fella having a tooth in his mouth from every state in the Union.
It may be silly, but it's also unusual. The editor of the Kitchenware Dealer's Quarterly feels it's material for a bang-up feature story.
Here I go.
Read it out loud once.
Okay.
Listen, Sade.
Dear Mr. Gook, we have recently received information that one of Consolidated Kitchenware's employees in Grovelman, South Carolina, has a tooth in his head from every state in the Union. From an editorial standpoint, this strikes us as excellent material for a breezy, informal, and colorful sketch for our magazine. We understand that you are a very close friend of Mr. Fleeber's, and that you also occasionally turn your pen to literary efforts. We wondered if you would be interested in writing an article for us. Hoping to hear from you shortly, we remain, yours truly, E.J. Gix and G. Tillman Phoebe.
Get the idea?
Huh?
I thought it'd be easy as pie. I can't even get one sentence down.
H.K. Fleeber's got a tooth in his mouth from every state in the Union?
Yeah.
How come?
Yeah, how come? I'd like to hear that explained myself.
Well, as a young man, H.K. Fleeber had very poor teeth. He was constantly going to the dentist. At that time, he had a job where he did considerable traveling. Well, he had a tooth pulled in Nebraska, which was replaced with a false one. And the same thing happened in Idaho, Ohio, Texas, Arkansas, Kentucky, New York, and so on.
Finally ended up with teeth from everywhere,
Yeah.
Well, then there is some sense to it. I thought at first it was some wild stunt where he had teeth pulled on purpose just so he could say he had false teeth from every state in the Union.
I think he did have to have a few good teeth extracted in order to boast every state. Let's see, I believe he went to Wyoming, New Hampshire, Michigan, and Minnesota to fill out his quota.
Huh.
He's got a false tooth in his head he had installed in Tennessee, huh, Guy?
Yeah.
Indiana, Florida, and Delaware.
Uh-huh.
Arizona, North Dakota, and Illinois.
Yeah.
Iowa, West Virginia, Alabama, California, New Mexico.
All the states.
Nevada, Montana, Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, Colorado, Utah, Pennsylvania.
I said all the states. You needn't name them all over.
Oh.
How'll I begin this thing?
Oh, Mr. H.K. Fleeber is a nice gentleman that lives in Grovelman, South Carolina. And he had very poor teeth when he was a young man, and the dentist in Nebraska pulled one and put in a...
No, it's got to start out snappy. Stimulate the reader's interest right off the bat, see? Rush, step to the bookcase and get me the last issue of the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly. I'll see how other authors start out their articles. I'd really like to make a success of this. I'd like to submit something creditable. Does a man in my position a lot of good to have signed articles in the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly. If I could submit a piece the editors liked, they'd probably invite me to send in other efforts. A popular demand for my stuff might develop. Take the case of J. Richard Sickbrain of Plant 18. J. Richard Sickbrain wrote poetry. Just fooled around with it, don't you know? Today, J. Richard Sickbrain gets paid 75 cents for every stanza he turns out. Why, I read where he was asked to write a...
I just thought of something.
Did you get my Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly?
Here it is. I just thought of something.
Now tell me later.
It's connected with H.K. Fleeber and all them teeth he's got.
Well?
There's 48 states in the Union.
Now, that's a bright new thought.
Maine, Massachusetts, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, New York, New Hampshire.
You're going to name them all over?
Will you admit there's 48 states in the Union?
Gladly.
And you say H.K. Fleeber's got a tooth in his mouth from every state?
Yeah.
In the human mouth, Gov.
Yeah?
In the human mouth, Gov.
Yes, in the human mouth, Gov what?
There's only 32 teeth.
Who said so?
Well, everybody knows that. I learned it in the 7th grade at Edward School.
That's right, Vic. 32.
Well, what the heck here?
If H.K. Fleeber's got 48 teeth, he must have an awful big mouth.
An awful, awful big mouth.
32 from 48 leaves 16. He's got 16 more teeth than anybody else.
Must be jammed in together like sardines.
Well, be that as it may, I'm determined to have a try at this.
Well, people reading the Kitchenware Dealers Quarterly will think your piece is a fake, Vic. How could a fella have a tooth in his head from every state in the United States when there's 48 states in the United States and human beings only have 32 teeth?
I don't know and I don't care. Here's a fella starts out his article. The moon was bright that night in June as I.O. Flubber proposed marriage to Miss Opal Wheeler of the maintenance department.
The moon was bright that night in June as H.K. Fleeber
opened his mouth and showed everybody 9 bushels of teeth.
Yeah. Here's a fellow starts out his article. We Americans are mighty happy and mighty proud in the fact that
H.K. Fleeber's got 48 teeth. Rush, who are the fellas that wrote your father that letter?
T.J. Gix and G. Tillman Phoebe.
Well, they can't be very bright either.
No.
You'd think editors of monstrous big magazines would appreciate people only got 32 teeth.
How'd this be for an opening sentence? Teeth may come and teeth may go, but H.K. Fleeber of Grovelman, South Carolina has the last laugh.
Fine.
You got punch?
Sure.
Or this. Teeth may come and teeth may go, but, ladies and gentlemen, take off your hat to H.K. Fleeber of Grovelman, South Carolina.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, take off your hat to H.K. Fleeber of Grovelman, South Carolina.
Good.
Like it, huh?
Yeah.
If you just wanted to fill up space, Gov, you could say H.K. Fleeber had a false tooth put in his mouth while visiting in Maine. H.K. Fleeber had a false tooth put in his mouth while visiting in Ohio. H.K. Fleeber had a false tooth put in his mouth while visiting in Utah. H.K. Fleeber had a false tooth put in his mouth while visiting in Minnesota. H.K. Fleeber had a false tooth put in his mouth while visiting in Alabama. H.K. Fleeber had a false
I think that will do, Red.
Oh.
We've had enough side-splitting wit and humor. I'd like to have it quiet for a while now, if you people don't mind. Perhaps you and your mother would like to stroll down to the picture show.
Sure.
I will gladly supply the money for your tickets.
How about it, Mom?
All right. What's on?
Gloria Golden.
Oh, really?
Gloria Golden and Four-Fisted Frank Fuddleman and I Shall Love Thee Evermore, Lieutenant Corporal Glush.
Sure, I can soon go. You're going to stay home, huh?
Yeah, and write my magazine article.
Well, good luck with it.
Teeth may come and teeth may go, but ladies and gentlemen, take off your hat to H.K. Fleeber, Gravelman, South Carolina.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you late meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, a real big shot, Duffy. Monty Woolley. And that ain't hay. Or is it? Well, you remember Woolley, Duffy, the wise old actor with a sage old brush. Well, look, Duffy, somebody's got to play Santa Claus at the Christmas party, so, as long as Monty's going to be here, the old adagio, a beard in the hand. Yeah, sure, I'll ask him. Well, I'll call you back, Duffy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, and Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Beat Reeves and his orchestra, and our special guest tonight, Monty Woolley, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hey, Eddie, where's the soap?
The soap? Miss Arthur, you got a new girl?
No, Eddie, I want to write a poem on the mirror.
A poem on the mirror?
Certainly, the annual Christmas poem. And, Eddie, if I do say so, it's probably the finest opus I have ever opened. Got that real Christmas flavor.
Say, any chance of fella not hearing it?
Certainly, Eddie. Listen to this thing. Merry Christmas to you all. Be of bright cheer and joyous. Leave us fuel a log on the fire. And leave not naught annoy us. Come lift your beakers and quaff us a stroll. Kiss Kringles abroad in the snow. I quaff, lads, and laugh, lads. Ha-ha. Hee-hee. Ho-ho. You like it, Eddie?
It'll go beautifully with that cracked mirror. Okay, here's the soap.
And, Eddie, while I'm doing this, how about you Christmasing up the joint a little bit there? Here, hang up these wreaths.
Where'll I hang them?
Well, leave one dangle over each table.
That's a good idea. Then after each customer's finished eating, we can just lay the wreath right on his chest.
Eddie, don't be so fascistic.
Say, Archie.
Oh, yeah, Miss Duffy.
Where do you think is the best place for me to hang these mistletoes?
Well, how many you got there? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Miss Duffy, you gonna hang 7 mistletoes around this joint?
Well, what do you want me to do? Stand in one place all the time?
Well, you mean to tell me that you got all these traps set for Brackenbridge Hartsum soda?
Oh, him.
Oh, him? What's the trouble?
Oh, I just found out what he's getting me for Christmas. A $2 bottle of perfume. Isn't that cheap?
Well, now, wait a minute, Miss Duffy. $2 a bottle for perfume might not be cheap. It all depends, isn't it? quarter or a fifth?
Archie, everybody knows that perfume don't come in quarts or fifths. This is a pint. Gee, I thought maybe he would get me a fur coat or maybe an alligator bag.
An alligator bag? What would you do with it? You ain't got an alligator.
Oh, what's the use of standing here talking to you? Once a man, always a man.
And you can say that again. Eddie, did you ever beat the likes of these dames? They're all so mercenary, you know?
That is your fault. You know, that Sonia Jones of mine is still expecting that mink coat. Plus
what?
Plus a diamond bracelet and a ruby engagement ring, which I also promised her. You see, the other night I sort of took her off, and when we talked about the mink coat, she kind of put her arms around me, and then I mentioned the diamond bracelet, and she gave me a great big kiss. Then I saw the ruby ring.
Eddie, are you crazy? Comes Christmas and she'll kill you.
Who cares? Live dangerously is my motto.
You know, with me, I ain't got no problems. I'm giving every dame I know the same present. A nice, practical gift. And yes, it's attractive. What is it? Picture of me. You see, I had 6 lovely portraits made.
Yeah, how much did it set you back?
Let's see, there were 3 for $1.25. And there were 6 of them. It came to 6 times 3 1/4. Roughly around $50. And that takes care of my list.
Say, well, what you going to give for Miss Duffy?
What am I going to get for Duffy? Eddie, for Duffy, I will get exactly what he always gets me. And that is something which you can find in a vacuum which has been cleaned out by a vacuum cleaner. Oh, hiya, Finnegan.
God, check who's here with me tonight.
Who?
Big brother Wilfred.
Wilfred?
Yeah.
Is that the tall, fat, ugly one?
No, that's me mother. You know, Wilfred is me kid brother. You know, the black sheep of the family.
The black sheep of the family?
Yeah, the one with the brains.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. Very smart kid.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Art, what's an IQ?
An IQ? Why?
My kid brother's got one.
Well, you see, Finnegan, that proves that he is a very bright boy.
Yeah?
Yes, IQ is a scientific abbreviation for a very smart person. Liberally translated, it means intelligent quadruped.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this brother of mine is very smart. He's really got us worried. You see, the rest of our family is just normal, average people. Like me. And poor Wilfred has to be a genius.
Yeah, well, that's tough. When did you find it out?
Well, we first realized that he was abnormal when we seen him reading the paper without moving his lips.
Well, you can't tell. Maybe the kid has been throat clipped.
No, he's a good boy. Wait, I'll go bring him over.
Hello, Duffy. What? There's a package from you arriving for me, and I shouldn't open it until Christmas. A present for me? Are you sure this is Duffy? Well, Duffy, I'm flabbergasted, you know? Well, gee, thanks. And by the way, did you receive my present yet? Well, it's probably in the mail. I'll call you back. Holy cat, Eddie. Duffy bought me a present. I gotta get something from him. What could I... Let me see. Europa. I got it. What? I'll send him one of my portraits. Have you got a pen, Eddie?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll autograph it, with something nice. Let's see. To my dearest employer, good old Duffy, in fond appreciation for all I have done for you. Signed, Archie.
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Mr. Bailey?
Do you think that a picture is enough of a...
Listen, Bailey, he's the boss. Naturally, I can't send him as good a present as he's sending me. After all, with the kind of dough Duffy's got, and inexpensive present, there's no skin off his flint.
Say, Archie, wouldn't it be wonderful if around this time of year he sent you a lovely warm scarf?
A scarf? Well, Bailey, I'm funny that way. I'd rather warm myself over a gold cigarette lighter.
Well, as long as it's something that keeps you warm. Don't forget, Archie, the cold sneezing is here.
Would you mind to repeat that, please?
I said the cold sneezing is here.
The cold sneezing is here. Bailey, that joke stinks. Christmas present. I wonder what it could be.
Hi, Art.
Yeah, Finnegan.
It's me brother Wilfred. You remember him, right?
Oh, well, certainly. Hello, Wilfred, my boy.
Hello.
My, you certainly have been growing.
Doesn't that strike you as an entirely normal procedure?
Well, that's how it goes. Well, how's things in school, Wilfred? Are your teachers learning you lots of stuff?
Archie, they're not learning me. They're teaching me.
Oh. Well, that's what they're there for. Well, you're looking fine, Wilfred. Very manly. Are you eating good?
Yes, I get sufficient nourishment, thank you.
Well, you got to eat good if you want to grow up to be a big, strong man like your Uncle Archie. You know how I got this physique of mine?
Malnutrition?
Yes, sir, and plenty of it. Yep, Wilfred, I always eat lots of bread, potatoes, pancakes.
Well, I'm on a diet that precludes carbohydrates.
Yeah. What say?
Starches. I'm not permitted to have starches.
Well, that's right, Wilfred. Starches ain't good for you. You know, they make your stomach stiff. See, anyways, Wilfred, I said start the music. Wilfred, you're in for a big treat. Bob Gray, my singer, who is also a college man, has brought over a few of his sorority brothers here. They're going to treat us with a Christmas carol. Go on, fellas, sing and make it Christmassy, huh?
Silent night, holy night, all is calm, all is bright, round yon virgin, mother and child, holy infant, so tender and mild, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in heavenly peace, sleep in
It sounded like a December whipping pup. Eddie, pass the hat for the boys.
Okay. Amos, ain't that Mr. Monty Woolley coming in?
Oh, yeah. Monty Woolley. Look at the guy, Eddie. Well, good evening, Mr. Woolley. Well, Monty, good to see you again. I trust that you and I can pick up our acquaintance from whence we left off.
I'm sure we can. My revulsion is undiminished.
Well, thanks, Monty, old boy.
Old boy. This is the first time I have ever heard of contempt breeding familiarity.
I wish I knew if he was smiling. Monty, why is it that you take this antagonistic attitude towards me?
Well, frankly, I think of you as a possible menace to my future.
Me? Oh, why?
Well, someday when I am too old to play juvenile,
yeah,
I may want to go back to my old profession, instructor of English. By the time you're through with it, I may find myself teaching a dead language.
Well, you know, it's a lucky thing for you that was a veiled insult.
My eyes, I did too.
Hey, mister, that's a funny place to wear a grass skirt.
Oh, the darn thing always hikes up.
Finnegan, please, no remarks, Kay, about the beaver, Kay.
So, I apologize, mister. So, I promise I won't tell you about your beard again. After all, I'm human.
Sir, you presume.
Look, I'm sorry, Monty, but I hope you'll understand. You know, You know, the guy takes a look at that. Finnegan, put down that match.
All right, let me do it. I never gave a guy a hot beard.
Look, beat it, will you, Finnegan? I'm having enough trouble with this guy. Monty, tell me something. What are you doing Christmas Eve?
Well, we have an old custom in our family. I always take Grandma to the fight.
Well, that's very sweet, but the fights get out pretty early. Now, here's what I had in mind. How would you like a part here on Christmas Eve? Playing the part of...
Playing the part of what?
Monty, why don't we have a bite to eat? Eddie, how about some refreshments for Mr. Woolley?
Just a moment. I eat here. I'd sooner die.
No, there is no sooner way.
Just a second, Eddie.
Mr. Woolley, don't let Eddie frighten you. The food isn't that bad.
Well, have you, sir, ever eaten in this cadaver's commissary?
Well, Duffy's is no Ritz.
Do tell.
Monty, you see, every Christmas Eve we have a big party here at Duffy's. You know, the joint is full of kids. They come down to get their fathers, you know. And we have a Christmas tree and wreaths around, and every kid gets a candied pig's foot. And I usually write a Christmas pageant.
You can write?
Like a whiz. Now, the only thing we yet ain't got set yet.
Well, now, what is it? What is it that you yet ain't got set yet?
Santa Claus.
Now, just a second, you Brooklyn Knoll coward.
Now, please, Monty, don't get excited. And, by the way, Brooklyn and Knoll don't go with each other anymore. Look, playing the part of Santa Claus would be so much fun, and look what a challenge it would be for you as a pedestrian.
A challenge?
Well, sure. It'd be the toughest role of your career. You playing a sweet guy. And, when you give out them toys to them little kids, think of the thrill you'll get out of it.
Yes. I can already feel the patter of tiny feet on my face.
Look, Monty. Wait, you was a kid once yourself, wasn't you?
There's no record of it.
Wait, gee, if you could just talk to one of them kids and see what it's like... wait a minute. Hey, Finnegan, is your kid brother Wilfred still here?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Wilfred, come here. I want you to meet Santa Claus.
Now, listen, you...
Look, Monty, what can you lose? Just kid the kid along a little.
Did you call me, Archie?
Yeah, Wilfred, I got a great treat for you. Guess who this is? Wilfred, this is Santa Claus.
Well. Not the Santa Claus.
That's right, young man. Ho, ho, ho. Well, son, I'll be coming down your chimney Christmas Eve.
Well, thank you very much. But we have an oil burner. Say, Mr. Claus, I understand you live up at the North Pole.
I do? Oh, yes, I do.
You know, of course, that the average temperature of the North Pole is estimated at 70 to 90 degrees below zero Fahrenheit.
Well, it does get a bit nippy. But then one can always grab a snort of...
Sandy! Snort of Sandy, of course, only drinks soft drinks, Wilfred.
That's right, Wilfred. Very soft. Cotton gin.
Yes, Wilfred, now see that you're a good boy, because on Christmas Eve, Santa Claus calls on every good little boy and girl.
How did you know where they live?
Well, there's all their numbers in the little red book.
Yeah, it's some mighty fine numbers, that little red book.
Oh, this is so ridiculous. Preposterous.
Huh? Wilfred, You don't mean that you believe in Santa Claus?
Oh, Archie, please. It's an amusing legend and rather pleasant, this Santa Claus. But this man plays him so badly.
Why are you... Now, take it easy, honey. Honey, leave go of the kid's throat. Wilfred, put down them tweezers. So what, Marty? You know, the kid's a bit of a critic.
Please leave me. Get out of here.
Look, Marty, I'm sorry it turned out like this, but...
Archie, don't be silly. I'll be happy to be here Christmas Eve.
Well?
Yes, playing Santa Claus for Wilfred, with a bag slung over my shoulder. And do you know what I hope to have in that bag?
What?
Wilfred.
And now, you lousy little genius.
Now, Archie, please. You don't actually expect an educated man of 8 to believe Santa Claus.
Don't I? Look, Wilfred, maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimney. Okay, but there is something that a kid like you should get wise to. Something that kind of makes people do wonderful things for each other at Christmas time, and I like to call it Santa Claus. It's something inside of all of us, kid, that if we're right guys, we'll turn each one of us into a Santa Claus, see? With every guy loving his fellow guy and working with him to bring goodwill into the world, peace, and kid, don't tell me that there ain't no that kind of a Santa Claus.
That's sounding, Mr. Archie. And hey, this package just comes for you.
Oh, yeah? Let me look. Hey, it's my present from Duffy. Now, Wilfred, here is what I'm talking about. This package says don't open till Christmas, but I want to teach you a lesson. See? So I'll open it. Now, here's a guy named Duffy. You know, he's mean, stingy, cheap, and yet, at Christmas time, he changes and gives me this picture of himself. Autographed to my dear employee, Archie. Where was I, Wilfred? Oh, yeah, you see? Maybe there ain't no real Santa Claus with no red coat jumping down chimneys, but I believe that... Duffy Tavern. Oh, hello, Duffy. By the way, Duffy, thanks for that picture. It's just the kind of a thing I wouldn't have bought for myself. So, Merry Christmas to you and Mrs. Duffy and all of our friends. So long, Duffy.
Forces Radio Service.
The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Chester A. Riley is a man who usually agrees with his wife, except when they happen to be disagreeing about young Simon Vanderhopper, their daughter Babs' boyfriend, and the bane of Riley's existence.
You were wrong, Riley, and you know it.
I was right. I only did my duty as a father.
It's not your duty to humiliate your daughter by throwing her boyfriend out of the house.
That Simon deserved it. He's a good-for-nothing loafer.
Simon's a nice boy.
Some boy. 21 years old, and he still eats Swyback.
Well, suppose he does.
He ate up my whole box. I don't like his tactics.
All right, so you don't like him. Is that any reason to throw him out?
I had my reason. I was listening when he was alone with Babs in the living room.
But you didn't hear anything.
That's why I threw him out. I don't trust him.
Why not?
I don't trust any boy who... I don't trust any boy.
Oh, why don't you have a little faith in people? When you were courting me, my father trusted you, didn't he?
Yeah, but he regrets it to this very day. Besides, the boys of today ain't got no respect for girls. The minute they meet one, bingo, they try to kiss her. I didn't kiss you until after we were married.
Oh, you forget very easily. What about that time just after we got engaged on that boat ride? Didn't you put your arms around me and kiss me?
Oh, but that didn't count. I thought it was somebody else. We're talking about Simon.
Riley, you're wrong, and you might as well admit it.
I'm right, and I'll prove it to you. In the first...
Oh, I'm going to bed.
Now, Peg, you... That's women for you. Just when you're ready to win an argument, they walk out on you.
Hiya, Pop.
Oh, hello, Junior. Where you been so late?
Over at Marilyn's house.
Some children I got. A boy who likes girls and a girl who likes boys.
Well, what's wrong with liking girls?
Oh, they're so stubborn. They're always in the right.
Had an argument with Mom, huh?
Well, not exactly an argument. We just had some words among us. Look, you told me if I wasn't in the right, Junior. I said...
Now, don't drag me into this. It's out of my line.
Fine state of affairs. A father can't even ask his 13-year-old son for advice.
Why ask me for advice? Ask Dorothy Fairchild.
Dorothy Fairchild? Oh, the one who writes that column in the paper?
Yeah, about family problems and love stuff.
Oh, yeah, I read that all the time. Well, Junior, that's not a bad idea. Give me a paper and pencil. I'm going to write her about that pet Simon.
Well, don't mention Simon's real name.
Don't worry. I got plenty other names for him. And I'll sign it Worried Father. Now, let's see. Dear Dorothy Fairchild, I am a father, and I am married to a woman. We have a daughter, a girl. And she likes a boy who is always hanging around the house. And what's more, this boy is Hey, it's in the paper. She answered me. Look, and she says I'm right.
I don't care what Dorothy Fairchild says.
What do you mean you don't care? Babs is your daughter, too. Don't forget, we each got a half interest in her.
I'm not worried about Babs.
Okay, but I'm warning you, if she ever marries that no-good Simon, don't blame my 50%.
Oh, I think it's perfectly ridiculous to write to Dorothy Fairchild.
Oh, sure, you say it's ridiculous. That's because she says you're wrong. Listen to this. Dear worried father, from what you tell me about this case, you are entirely in the right. It is a father's duty to give guidance to his teenage daughter. And judging by your wife's attitude, I would say she is being very short-sighted. You see what she says, Peg? You need glasses.
That woman's a nut.
Oh, you're just sore because she says I'm right.
All right, you're right.
Who said I'm right? And from now on, I'm keeping tabs on Babs. And she ain't going with that loafer Simon. By the way, where is Babs?
Out with Simon.
What? Who dared give her permission?
I did.
Well, we'll skip that. Where did they go?
Oh, they just went dancing at the Palladium.
The Palladium? You said... How could you let her go among all those jitterbugs after we spent $200 straightening her teeth out?
for a sensational evening.
Wait, Babs. Don't say goodnight yet. There's something I gotta tell you.
Simon, stop eating that swieback. What did you want to tell me?
I love you, Babs. I love you madly.
Oh, Simon, be serious.
I am serious. I never said that to any other woman except my mother.
Well, I've got to go in now, Simon.
Wait, woman of my dreams. Let me come in for a while.
Oh, no, you can't. Daddy and Mother will be home from the movies at 11:45.
Well, it's only 11:30. That gives us 15 minutes together. Time for 2 games of dominoes. Say you'll play with me.
Oh, all right, you can come in, but just for a minute.
Ah, this precious moment. Kiss me, Babs.
I will not.
Let's live dangerously.
Simon, what's gotten into you lately? You've changed.
I know. All my life I was like the yearling, shy, timid, and gentle. Then you came along and wham, I'm the beast with 5 fingers.
Simon, you better go home.
I want to marry you, Babs. I love you.
Stop saying you love me.
Marry me and I'll stop saying it. After all, I've got a good job now on the newspaper.
Oh, you're just a copy boy.
But I'll get ahead. I made friends with Dorothy Fairchild, the love expert. I'm practically her assistant.
Oh, Simon, what do you know about love?
What do I? Come here, Babs.
Now behave yourself. It's Daddy.
I'm not afraid of your father. I love you, and I'm willing to fight for my love.
Now, let me handle this, Meg.
My father.
Where'll I hide?
Oh, no. No, not in the kitchen.
Oh, in here, then.
Oh, no. Simon, come out. That's Daddy's bedroom.
Well, where is he?
Oh, where's who, Daddy?
You know who. That couch slouch, Simon. I know he's here. I can smell the scent in the air.
Oh, calm down, Riley. You can see he's not here.
It's lucky for him he's gone. If I ever catch him around here again, I'll...
Relax, will you? Come on in the kitchen. I'll make some coffee.
Yes, go on, Daddy. Have some nice coffee.
Stop pushing me, Babs. I don't want coffee. That Simon's made me a nervous wretch. I'm going to bed.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
What do you mean I mustn't?
Oh, nothing. I just mean, well, I thought we could talk.
I've got only one thing to say to you, young lady, and that's about boys. And I can say it in 2 words. Watch out.
Oh, go to sleep.
I'm going. Good night.
But, Daddy...
Bad, dear. What's the matter?
Oh, Mother.
Peg, where's the top of my pajamas?
In your bureau.
Oh, good night.
Sandy, something's wrong now. I can tell.
Oh, Mother,
Why ain't there no buttons on my pajama coat? Look, not one single button.
They don't come with buttons. It's the pullover kind.
Excuses. Always excuses. Well, good night.
Oh, Daddy, wait. Mother, listen. Simon.
And another thing. Whoever makes the bed, why don't they make it correct? It's full of lumps.
Oh, Riley, will you please go to bed?
Oh, good night.
Mother, listen, I better tell you.
Riley, what on earth?
Take me. There's a man under my bed.
What? Well, good night, all.
It's not a man. It's Simon. Simon.
Now, wait, Mr. Riley.
Simon, get out of this house. But Dumplin'...
I don't want to talk about it anymore, Riley. From now on, Simon can visit as often as Babs wants him to.
But Dumplin'...
And that's final.
Well, Pop, looks like we're going to see a lot of Simon.
That's the trouble with being the boss of the house. No one else admits it. Must be some way I can get rid of that Simon. I wish somebody could advise me what to... Oh, of course. Junior, take this pencil and paper.
What for?
Start writing. Dear Dorothy Fairchild, this is very worried father, and I need more help. Like I told you, this pest keeps pestering my daughter and wasting her time when she should be studying. And besides, he's always saying how he wants to marry me.
Why, Simon, what are you doing here?
Babs, listen. I got great news. It's the most wonderful thing that's happened.
Oh, what happened?
I am now Dorothy Fairchild.
What?
For 2 weeks while she's on vacation. The feature editor said I can write her column all by myself.
Oh, that's wonderful, Simon. The editor must think a lot of you.
Yes, sir. He looked at me this morning and said, there's the man to be Dorothy Fairchild. You see, he liked an idea I gave him for the Sunday feature page.
Oh, what was that?
An article on modern marriage with pictures in 3 parts. The wedding, the honeymoon, and the first baby.
Oh, it sounds super. But will you be able to be Dorothy Fairchild by yourself?
Sure, it's easy. Look, I've already answered my first letter. It'll be in tonight's paper. Listen. Dear very worried father, I am glad that you wrote me about this pest who is wasting your daughter's time. And in my opinion, this horrible situation calls for
your daughter's time. And in my opinion, this horrible situation calls for action. This young suitor is obviously a card.
Cad.
And when he talks about marrying your daughter, he is no doubt trying to deceive you. You hear that, Junior? I always said that Simon is trying to pull the wool out of my eyes.
Well, read the rest of the answer.
Well, where was I? There is only one thing to do. Call his bluff. Suggest that the time has come for him to marry your daughter. Being the cad he is, he'll refuse, of course, and I don't think you'll ever see of him. Boy, what an idea.
Oh, Pop, you're not going to do what she said.
Why, certainly. That phony, he don't want to marry Babs. Tomorrow night, I'm inviting Simon to supper. And when I offer him Babs' hand, he'll realize he's bitten off more than he can chew.
I just don't understand you. First you throw Simon out, and now you invite him to supper. What are you up to anyway?
Never mind, you'll see.
Daddy, you're not going to make a scene.
Don't worry, I'm going to treat him like one of the family.
Well, it's very suspicious, this sudden change. You treated him so shameful.
Yeah, I know. I treated him like an outlaw, but tonight I'm going to treat him like an in-law.
Riley, I don't like
That's Simon. Now remember, be nice to him for a change.
Well, of all the...
Well, Simon, darling.
Good evening.
Come in, my boy.
Is it all right?
Well, sure, don't be afraid. I won't bite you.
Well.
If I do, you bite me back. There. Now, let's get comfortable. Babs, you sit there. Peg, you here. Simon, here. And I'll stand here in front of the door.
Riley, what's this all about?
I'm coming to it. Simon, just what are your intentions in coming here?
To eat dinner.
I ain't talking about your stomach. I'm referring to your heart.
Oh, Riley, what is this? Daddy, if this is some kind of a...
Please, don't interrupt. Well, Simon, what are your intentions for the future?
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I have only one aim, and that is to be happy.
I ain't talking about being happy. I'm talking about being married.
Married?
Simon, you're always saying how you want to marry Babs. Well, now's your chance to do it.
Daddy, for heaven's sake.
Quiet, Babs. This is no concern of yours.
Riley, what on earth are you...
Well, Simon, I'm waiting for your answer. Are you going to marry this lovely girl, yes or no?
Gosh, you mean me and Babs? You get married? Me and Babs?
Stop stalling, yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh, just as I thought. He's back. Did you say yes?
Oh, yes. Oh, you made me the happiest boy in the world. Dad.
Dad. Simon?
And I want you to call me son.
Son? Get out of this house!
back to the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, Riley has been writing to Dorothy Fairchild, a love expert in the local newspaper, for advice on how to get rid of Babs' boyfriend, Simon. But Riley doesn't know that the Dorothy Fairchild column is now actually being ghostwritten by Simon.
Well, good night, Mother. Good night, Daddy.
Just a minute, Babs. Where are you going?
She's got a date with Simon.
Oh, pipe down, Junior.
So, sneaking out behind my back to see Simon, huh? I forbid it.
But, Daddy, last night you said...
Forget what I said. Now listen to what I have to say. A young girl has got to be careful. That Simon is up to no good. He wants to marry you.
Oh, right. This has gone far enough. You're not going to drive all of us crazy.
Oh, so now I'm crazy.
Well, look at the way you've acted. One day you throw Simon out of the house. The next day you try and force him to marry Babs. And now you won't let her see him. Is that normal?
I'm busy trying to be a good father. I ain't got time to be normal.
Go on, Babs, dear, run along.
Oh, good night.
Now, wait, Babs. I forbid it.
You can forbid it all you want, but it won't do you any good. From now on, I'll decide what's good for Babs. Good night.
That woman. I got a good mind to knock her teeth out.
Well, Pop, you shouldn't talk that way about Mom.
I don't mean your mother. I mean Dorothy Fairchild. She got me into this mess.
Oh, why blame her? Maybe you didn't explain things right in your letter.
Oh, yeah, that might be. After all, she's a pretty smart cookie. Junior, take a letter. Dear Dot.
Go on, read it, Pop.
Dear very worried father. From what you tell me in your letter, I would say the situation is extremely dangerous. You hear that, Junior?
Read the rest.
I have tried to place myself in the position of this unscrupulous young man who is in love with your daughter. I asked myself, what would I do if an irate father tried to stop me from seeing his daughter? And last night it came to me. Elope. Junior, she says they'll elope.
Oh, boy. Now I can move into Babs' room.
So be on your guard. Keep your eyes open. Watch your daughter like a hawk.
Oh, gee, Pop, she makes it sound serious.
It is serious. They're liable to do it. The young fools. But I'll outsmart them. Remember, there's no fool like an old fool.
And this is called the city room, Babs. This is my desk over here. See the sign? Dorothy Fairchild.
Oh, jeepers, Simon. I've always wanted to see a big newspaper office.
See that man coming toward us? That's the feature editor, Mr. Leroy. He thinks quite a lot of me.
Stand in the hopper, you idiot! What are you doing here? They're waiting for you down at the hotel.
Me, sir?
The photographer just called from the bridal suite. He wants to know where the models are.
Models?
Yes, models. The bride and groom for the story on modern marriage. Don't tell me you've forgotten.
Oh, it's today.
You lunkhead. You miserable nincompoop. You peanut-brained baboon. You...
Babs, you better go before he gets angry.
Well, what are you going to do now? Where are you going to get models on a Saturday afternoon?
Well, I could be the groom.
But what about a girl? We need a pretty girl.
Babs, you go home. I have to find a pretty girl.
Hey, wait a minute. What about you, miss?
Me? Why, I don't know anything.
You don't have to. Just look pretty. There's $10 in it for you, okay?
Oh, yes, I'd love to.
Get over to the bridal suite of the Hotel Emerson right away. Pick up a tux and a bridal gown for the costumer.
Yes, sir.
And remember, Van Hopper, I want 3 shots. The wedding, the honeymoon, and the first baby. You get it?
I've got it. The honeymoon, the first baby, and the wedding.
They'll never get away with it. Elope, will they? Over my dead body.
Oh, there, Riley. Going my way?
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
You look pretty good yourself, Digger. Getting fat.
Ah, yes. In my profession, you pick up a lot of weight. Riley, why didn't you tell me the news?
Tell you what, Digger?
Come, Riley. I'm used to having some people give me the silent treatment, but I never expected it from you.
So what are you talking about?
A half hour ago, I was in the Hotel Emerson to attend a meeting of the UEPPHC.
UEPPHC?
Yes, the Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Permanent Housing Committee. We lobby for housing projects. Our motto is, fill every vacant lot with people.
Well, that's fine, but what's all this got to do with me?
While I was in the hotel, who should I see but your dear daughter?
Babs?
And that likable lad, Simon.
Simon?
In full wedding regalia.
Digger, they were...
Yes, being escorted into the bridal suite. Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Oh, Digger, they did it. They did it.
Steady, man. I don't like the way you look. Better come over to my shop and stretch out.
You don't understand, Digger. They eloped.
Oh, you poor man. I know how you feel. Last year, my assistant took my business vehicle and eloped to Niagara Falls with my daughter, Brunhilde.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was indeed. They forgot that in the rear of my business vehicle was old man Fendel Kraut. Imagine my embarrassment when people came around to see old man Fendel Kraut, and I had to tell them he's on a honeymoon. I adore honeymoons. They're so gay.
Oh, Digger, I don't know what to do, my little bad.
Oh, don't stand there, man. Go after them. It may not be too late.
You're right. I'd better get my wife and beat it down to that hotel. Just wait till I get hold of that Simon. I'll straighten him out.
Oops, that reminds me. I have an appointment. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Gosh, Babs, you look beautiful in that wedding dress.
Oh, thank you, Simon.
I wish this was for real.
Oh, Simon, relax.
All right, now, let's get the picture. Hold that pose now. That's it. Now, change those outfits, and I'll take the honeymoon shot.
Hey, what about the baby for the baby picture?
Oh, the agency said they're sending one over. Should be here by now. I'll go down in the lobby and take a look.
Gosh, Babs, isn't this fun?
Oh, I'm crazy about modeling. When I get out of school, I think I'll... Honey, it isn't time.
There they are. Now will you believe me?
Daddy, Mother, Babs, Simon, what?
Hello, folks.
Oh, Babsy, my little girl, tell me, am I in time?
You missed the wedding, Mr. Riley, but you're just in time for the honeymoon.
Oh, Peg, we're too late.
Now, wait a minute, Riley. Daddy, how did you find out?
We didn't tell anybody.
Why, you won't get away with this, Simon.
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Riley. It's just a stunt.
A stunt? Peg, you hear that? That's all it is to him, a stunt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Riley. I had to work fast, and Babs was the only girl around.
I'll fix you later. Babs, you're coming home with me.
Oh, no, Daddy.
She can't go now. Wait till after the honeymoon.
There ain't gonna be any honeymoon.
Riley, wait.
Okay, Vanderhopper, here's your baby.
Baby? A baby? I'll murder him.
What did I do?
What did you do?
Oh, Riley, calm down. Don't just...
Come on now. Clear the room. This baby's got to go back to the agency in 30 minutes.
Take your hands off that baby. That baby's going home with his grandpa. No matter what you... Wait a minute. You just got married. I'm having this baby annulled.
Married? Daddy, you think that... Oh, we're just posing for pictures for a newspaper.
Oh.
Riley, well, they're
Wait a
all...
minute. You didn't elope?
No.
You ain't married?
Of course not.
This ain't my grandchild?
How could it be?
What a revolting development this is. Look, Simon, I understand everything about the pictures for the marriage story, but what have you got to do with the newspaper?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm Dorothy Fairchild.
You're Dorothy Fairchild?
That's right.
You write all those letters to worried father?
Yeah. Some dope writes me every day.
You're Dorothy Fairchild.
Yeah. I thought you'd get a kick out of it.
Oh, no. You're going to get the kick out of it. Dorothy, get out of this house!
Speaking, the Life of Riley has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I know his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, the sad case of Cedrick's blighted love life is still far from being solved. The sage advice of both Lum and Abner, as well as Mousy Gray, has failed to put Cedrick back into the good graces of Clarabelle Seastrunk, and Gomer Bates continues as the #1 man in her love life. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store and library. Lum is busy working on his greeting card verses, and Grandpappy Spears is reading at his favorite place at the library table. Listen.
Yeah, for the land's sakes.
What's the matter, Grandpa?
I do know.
Huh?
Steve Lysack won the one-man single-blade national canoeing championship in 1936. Steve Lysack.
Yes, sir. Won the canoeing championship in 1936, according to the almanac.
Well?
One-man, single-blade canoe.
Well, did you know that feller, Grandpap?
Huh?
Did you know Steve?
No, I don't believe I ever did, Abner. What sort of a looking feller is he?
Well, how would I know?
Well, you ought to know what your friends look like.
Huh?
How could you ever tell it was him if you didn't know what he looked like?
Grandpap, he ain't no friend of mine.
He ain't?
No, sir.
Well, what don't you like about him?
Well, I like him fine. I just don't know him, that's all.
Don't know him? What'd you bring his name up for then?
Grandpap, I never brung his name up. You was the
for
one.
Goodness sakes, can't you two hush up for a few minutes and let a fella get some work done? I can't concentrate on these greeting card verses with all this prattle going on.
Well, Grandpap started, Lum. He said that a feller by the name
I know what he said. Just forget it. Scrap the subject.
Well, it was Grandpap's fault, that's what it was.
Well, listen to this, Abner. Here's something about that friend of yours, Steve Lysack. He won a canoeing championship in 1936. He said right here now.
Mom, I believe that was our range.
Yeah, I heard it. Granny's if it ain't one interruption, it's 6 or 7 others. Hello, jot 'em down, store and library, Edwards and Gray Publishing Company, L. Edwards, president speaking.
And he ain't a friend of mine, Grandpap. I ain't even never met him.
Huh?
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Luke.
Things I never done.
No, I ain't saw him today. He done what? Well, I do know. Yeah, that does sound sort of serious to me. Well, I'll have a talk with him next time he comes in the store.
Oh, the fella named Steve.
Yeah, well, much obliged for telling me, Luke.
Not Lysack.
All right. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Lum? Who was Luke talking about?
Oh, it's Cedrick.
Cedrick?
That boy just ain't himself since Gomer Bates started going with his girl, Clarabelle.
Oh.
It's getting to where it's affecting him serious, I believe.
Well, what has he did now?
Well, Luke said he come in the restaurant there and played the pinball machine once.
Well, he always does that, Lum. He ain't never won nothing on it, though.
Well, that's the curious part. This time he finally won.
Cedrick won?
Yes, sir.
Well,
won 2 free games.
2?
Finally succeeding in realizing his lifelong ambition.
Well, I do know. Good for Cedrick. I know he's happy.
But he never taken his free games.
Never taken?
Just walked out of the restaurant. Never even played one free game.
Well, for the land's sakes. I doggy, that boy must be sick or something.
Yeah, love sick more than likely.
Yeah.
But we got to do something to get him and Clarabelle back together again before he throws himself in a mill pond or some such foolish thing as that.
Well, I don't know what we can do, Lum. We've tried might nigh everything I know of to do. We've all given him advice and such as that.
Yeah, I know, but it don't seem to work.
No, you can't get Cedrick to do nothing for himself. Just moons around like a lost cat. His mama says he won't hardly eat nothing at all here lately. Just sits there and looks at his victuals, won't eat them.
That ain't like him.
No. Bound that he's lost 12 or 10 pounds here late.
Yeah, he's looking for it, too.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'd love to help him, but, me, I don't know what else to suggest for the boy to do.
Well, we just got to study up something. That's all there are to it.
Yeah, or two.
I never expected Cedrick would take it this way.
Well, he thinks an awful lot of Clarabelle.
Yeah, but to look at him, you'd never think he was a sensitive type.
No, you wouldn't, no. Have you got any ideas, Grandpap?
Huh?
You got any ideas how to get Cedrick and Clarabelle back together? We're feared Cedrick might do something desperate here if we don't get them made up to one another again.
Well, now, let's see. You come to the right feller, all right, for advice.
I did, huh?
Yeah. Come to think of it, Cedrick's case is an awful lot like the case of a young feller I used to know.
This ain't the feller that won that canoe race, is it?
No, this feller's name was Ballard Gilroy.
Well,
you recollect him, don't you, Abner?
Ballard Gilroy. No, I don't believe I do, Grandpa.
Oh, sure you do. He's a Cherry Hill boy.
No.
Yeah, second cousin to Virgil B. Breckenridge.
Well,
used to be the barber over at Odin.
Yeah.
And all his vested relays in South Dakota every winter and went ice skating on the Sox River.
Oh, yeah, you told us about him. I recollect that.
Yes, sir, one day Virgil B. Breckenridge.
Well, now, wait a minute, Grandpap. We know about him. What about his cousin, this feller, Ballard Gilroy, whatever his name was, and his love life? That's what you started out to tell us about.
Oh, you heard about that too, huh?
Well, not yet, we ain't. You just going to tell us about it just now.
Yeah, and for goodness sakes, hurry up, Grandpap. The longer we don't do something, the more I get worrying about Cedrick.
Yeah, me too.
No telling what that boy might do.
No.
Yes, sir, one day Ballard Gilroy went to the circus and fell in love with a girl in the circus.
He did?
Yeah, the bearded lady.
The bearded lady?
Yes, sir, the bearded lady.
Ah.
Said he fell in love with her because she reminded him of his papa.
Oh, now, Grandpap, I don't believe
It's the truth, Abner. It's the truth.
Sassy Frass.
All right, you just ask Virgil B. about it sometime. He'll tell you.
Sassy Frass.
Anyway, the circus left town and Ballard had to stay home. But him and the bearded lady started writing letters to one another. Love letters, I reckon.
It is, huh?
Yeah. And then every Christmas they'd give one another Christmas presents. And you know what they give one another?
Well, ain't no telling, I don't reckon.
Razors and shaving soap.
Oh, Grandpa, you're just making that up.
I'm not making it up, no.
You are done it. I can tell by looking at
This ain't helping us none. What we got to do is get hold of Cedrick and have a heart-to-heart talk with him.
Yeah.
Try to get some horse sense into that head of his.
Yeah, that's fun, too, goodness. Remind him of his papa.
She did.
Whoever heard of it then?
Well, what's wrong with that? Ballard was always a boy that admired and respected his papa, and so natural, when he seen a woman that looked something like his papa, Ballard started admiring. Hey, Chuck, you see what I call Dick Huddle.
That's a gooder.
He might have saw Cedric around somewhere or know where he's at.
Who's that, Lum?
Dick Huddleston.
Oh.
Be quiet.
Yeah, yes, good idea. Call
Yes, sir. Finally, Ballard saved up enough money to go to St. Louis. Going there to meet the bearded ladies, what he's going for.
That was a circus in St. Louis?
Hey, Chuck.
Oh.
Hello? Is that you, Dick? This is Lum and Abner.
That's the biggest one you ever...
Yeah, I just wondered if you'd saw Cedric today. Oh, he was? Huh. A rope?
Oh, my goodness.
Did he look desperate? Appeared like he was in an awful big hurry, huh?
That ain't like Cedric.
Oh. Well, which way did he head for?
Dog it, I hope we find him before it's too late.
Oh, well, much obliged, Dick. If he happens to come in there again, send him over here right away, would you? Yeah, all right, Dick. Yeah, much obliged. Goodbye. Granny's Abner, we got to work fast now.
How?
Cedric come in Dick Huddleston's place over there just a little while ago and bought himself a piece of rope.
Dog it, I never thought he'd go this far.
Yes, sir. When Ballard got to St. Louis, he went to the circus.
Grandpap, don't tell us no more about that. Now, we got to find Cedric
But
here.
it's just getting to the interesting part, Abner. This is when he wins the canoe race. Or no, that was a different time.
Well, what can I do, Lum? You want me to start looking for Cedric?
Yeah, you go over to his place and look out in the garage around the barn there. He might have went there.
Yeah, it's just about where he'd go, yeah.
And when Ballard got to circus, he went into where the sideshow was at, and what do you know? They had a different bearded lady.
Lum, whereabouts is my hat? Have you saw it?
Don't take time to find your hat now.
Oh.
Yes, sir, it was a different bearded lady this time.
Yes.
But this one never reminded Ballard of his papa.
Well, now, what'll I do if I find Cedric over there, Lum?
This one reminded Ballard of his uncle Roy.
Grandpap, be quiet. I'm trying to ask Lum a question.
Yes, sir. After Ballard got to talking to this new bearded lady, he discovered that it actually was his Uncle Roy. He was just dressed up like a woman.
Doggies, Lum, look out there in the road.
What is it?
It's Cedric walking right down the middle of the road there. Look at there.
Has he got the rope with him?
Yeah, and there's a bunch of young'uns following him, too.
Oh, my goodness. Hurry up. Run to the door there and holler at him.
Yeah, I'll get him.
Yeah, see, you could have knocked Ballard over with a feather whenever he discovered that was his Uncle Roy. He was always fond of his Uncle Roy.
Hey, Cedric, come in here a minute.
I hope he comes in. Is he coming, Abner?
Yeah, he's coming. Hurry up, Cedric.
Now, be careful now what you say to him.
Yeah.
One wrong word to a sensitive boy like him, and he's liable to strangle himself or something like that.
Oh, yeah, I'll watch it.
Come on, easy about it.
Yeah. Come on in, Cedric, old boy. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Abner. Hello, Mr. Lum. Hello, Cedric. What was you fellas wanted?
Well, come on in and sit down, Cedric. We wanted to talk to you a few minutes here.
Well, I ain't got much time. I'm in an awful big hurry.
Yeah, well, that's all right. You can take a little time here.
Yeah, maybe you ought to leave that rope with us, Cedric. Oh, no, Mama. I need this rope.
No, you don't now
yes,
either.
Mama, I do, done it. I need it to rope off a place where the folks can stand and watch.
Stand and watch what, Cedric?
Stand and watch me play 2 free games on the pinball machine. I finally beat the doggone thing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Amos and Andy Show. For the past 3 weeks, Andy has been desperately trying to find Madam Queen. No, it isn't that the love bug has bitten him again. It's just that he needs her to sign a paper so that he can get $600 out of a joint account in a recently reorganized investment company. Right now, George Kingfish Stevens is at Henry Van Porter's office telling Henry of the situation up to now.
Oh, I tell you, Henry, a woman the size of Madam Queen just can't drop out of sight.
Yes, it certainly is strange.
Yeah, just like losing a bass drum in a telephone booth. You can't do that.
Well, I was hoping that he would have found her and had the money by now. There's no way of him getting it without her signature, huh?
Yeah, you see, like I told you, when Henry was figuring on marrying Madam Queen, he put this money in a joint investment. The company went defunct.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but at the moment, they is undefunct again. And they is willing to pay Andy the $600.
Yes, if he can only find Madam Queen.
Yeah, and he ain't got all the time in the world neither. After all, this investment company could go defunct again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you got money with companies like that, you got to get it out between funks. That's what you got.
Absolutely.
You know, Henry, up to now, I've been trying to find Madam Queen before Andy did. And then I was going to charge Andy a percentage to tell him where she is.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to have to change my tic-tacs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can't cooperate with Andy in the search. Then when Andy gets the money, we can get him to invest it in a deal with us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Henry, I has done got to feel like a brother to that $600.
Listen, Amos, I ain't never been so undiscouraged as this in my life. I can't find Madam Queen no place.
Yeah, you ain't got no clues or nothing, is you, Andy?
That's right. I done started out nowhere and been losing ground ever since.
Yeah, well, Andy, ain't there some way that you can get this $600 without Madam Queen's signature?
Well, the trouble is, Amos, it's what they calls a joint account. And there ain't no way that I can see to unjoin it.
Hey, it's your money, though. There ought to be some way to get it.
Well, I tell you, what I was thinking of doing was signing Madam Queen's signature myself.
Oh, Andy, you can't do that. That's forgery. They can put you in jail. Gabby Gibson told you that last week. That's against the law.
Too, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want to go against the law. No, sir. Maybe I can get Lightning to do it.
Oh, Andy, you done advertised in the paper for Madam Queen. Look here, why don't you go over to the Lodge Hall and see if you got any answers?
Yeah, I'll do that. Gee, I'd like to get that money. Kingfishers, you got my mail?
Oh, yeah. Here you is, Andy. I got 2 letters for you.
Yeah, bills, I bet.
Brother Andy, all I want to do is to help you find Madam Queen by cooperating with you.
Yeah, well, let me see this now. This first one here. Uh-oh. Just what I thought.
What's that?
Say here, Dear Mr. Brown, regarding the purchase of a $14 overcoat on which there is still $12 due, we would appreciate a remittance. We are waiting to hear from you so we can close our books for 1937.
What is you going to do, Andy?
Well, a nice letter like this deserves an answer. I'll tell them they can close their books for 37, not to wait for me.
Yeah, well, that's the way to be fair about it, all right.
Oh, sure. That coat was no bargain, no way. Starting to go at the elbows already.
Yeah.
Here's another letter. Look here. See what this one is.
What is that?
Hey, this must be a mistake.
What do you mean a mistake?
Well, it ain't a bill.
Oh.
Say here, we take pleasure in announcing that beginning next Tuesday, March the 14th, the Lenox Avenue Beauty Shop will be run under the management and ownership of Madam Queen and Hey, wait a minute.
Madam Queen?
Yeah, look here. Then it say here in pencil, Dear Andy, I hope that I have the right address and that this reaches you. I know that you never go to beauty parlors, but I won't be open for a few days yet, so why don't you drop over and see me for old time's sake? Signed, Madam Queen. And that's her handwriting.
And I knowed we'd find her. You see what my cooperation has done?
Good old Madam Queen. So long, Kingfish. My ship has done come in.
Yeah, wait a minute. Where you going, Andy? What you going to do?
I'm going home, get all cleaned up, put on my best suit of clothes, and going over to see Madam Queen.
That's a good idea, Andy. I'll even lend you some of my cologne. There ain't nothing that will make a woman sign on the dotted line quicker than a sweet-smelling man.
So Madam Queen finally has been located, hey, Kingfish?
Yeah, in other words, Henry, after 3 weeks of looking everywhere for her, she finally found Andy.
Yes, well, it's like they say, if the mountain will not come to Mohammed, then Mohammed will go to the mountains.
Yeah, that's what they say, all right, yeah. I got to remember that.
But now that Andy has done found Madam Queen all by herself, where does we fit in the picture?
Well, now, looking the thing square in the face, Henry, we is really on the outer fringe. But I got an idea how to put this thing over.
What's that?
Look here, I is going over to Andy's right now and give him some tips on how to approach Madam Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And get her, you see, to sign the paper.
Yeah.
Now, that'll kind of make Andy obligated to us. And then he'll listen to reason when we tells him how he ought to invest his money in our new big investment company, which we will organize tonight.
How does I look, Kingfish?
Oh, Brother Andy, you look great. Ain't you going to wear a tie, though?
Yeah, I'm getting Lightning to get one pressed up for me now.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be here any second.
Lightning on his way over here.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I still can't get over that after all the trouble that I done went to find Madam Queen, it ends up by her finding me.
Well, like the old saying, Andy, if Mahatma Gandhi goes to the mountains, he's bound to find somebody and all that stuff there.
Ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth?
Oh, I tell you what, them old sayings come in all the time on things like this, and they help you fix them up.
Yeah, they sure is.
Brother Andy, now I'm going to tell you something. The reason I come up here to your room, cause I, your pal, number one, want to help you all I can.
Uh-huh.
Besides finding Madam Queen, I'm going to help you other ways, too, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to tell you how to approach Madam Queen.
Yeah, well, I know how to do that. I just go in and ask her if she'll go down to the investment company and sign the thing.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Something wrong there?
And look here, you got about as much delicacy as a sledgehammer. Now, the first thing you got to do is to take her flowers.
Well, I ain't got none.
All right, we'll get some. Yeah, then you got to talk to the gal for a while and win back her friendship.
I is, huh?
Yeah, you know, Andy, it ain't no good for you to bust right in there to her and tell her that you want her to sign something so you can get $600.
She ain't, huh?
No, she liable to go fountain pen shy on you there. Yeah. Back up.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Kind of got to ease into that thing.
Yeah, Slide.
But how do you talk to a gal that you ain't seen for 8 years?
Well, the most important thing, talking, well, you got to make her think that you are still crazy about her. Look, Andy, let me show you just what to say.
Oh.
Now, look, you take the part of Madam Queen, and I'll show you what to say. I'll be you. Now, we rehearse the thing right here.
Yeah, go ahead, do that.
Yeah, now, you start off by saying, you say, darling, after all these years, you sure do look wonderful. And I'm so happy to see you again.
Yeah, well, I was happy to see you, too.
Mrs. Andy, I got your tie press here.
Yeah, all right. I'll be with you in a second, Lightning. Go ahead, Kingfish.
Honey, I'm still crazy about you, and in honor of my deep love and affection, I want you to accept these beautiful flowers.
You want him to accept, what did that you say?
These flowers. Keep still, Lightning, will you?
They is beautiful. I'll wear them right next to my heart.
You know, I keep telling my wife that my eyesight ain't what it used to be.
Listen, Lightning. Listen here, the Kingfish is just telling me what to say to Madam Queen.
Oh, I see now. You is just making believe, huh?
Yeah, leave the tie here and get out of here, will you?
Yes, sir. I'll whiz away.
Yeah.
Anyway, Andy, that gives you an idea of the type of thing to start off with.
Mm-hmm.
Now, then after giving her enough of that, you bring up the subject of the $600. Yeah. Casualty, of course.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, now, don't bring it up like you care nothing about it.
Yeah.
You know, make her think that you was rich. Just bring it up in an offhand way.
Yeah, well, I think I got the whole idea, Kingfish.
Good. Now, about getting some flowers.
I ain't got a dime.
Yeah, well, I tell you the truth, I flat broke myself. Let me think here.
Yeah, think it. Hey, wait a minute. I got some paper flowers over in my office.
Paper?
Yeah, they're just about 3 years old, and they're still blooming. How about taking a down?
Well, that's better than nothing.
Yeah, come on. Let's go over to my office. These paper flowers sure hold their shape good, don't they, Kingfish?
Yeah, the shape is all right. They could stand a little cleaning, though.
Yeah, let's see. Let me shake them once. The dust has kind of settled on them. Hey, what was that? Little butterfly flew out there, then?
That was a moth. Oh. You sure ain't no wool in these flowers?
No. How they look?
Well, Andy, them flowers need scrubbing. Gee, I hate to see you give her those. Hey, Andy, who that out here in the back office?
Oh, that's Gabby Gibson. You know, the lawyer.
Oh.
Yeah, I done rent him the back office.
Oh, Gabby Gibson, yeah. Say, look, he usually got some money. Why don't you go back there and try to borrow $5 from him? Then you can get a nice bouquet for Madam Queen.
Yeah, I might try that. I would never give Madam Queen paper flowers.
Yeah, go back and see Gabby. I'll wait out here.
All right. Hello, Gabby.
Oh, hello, Andy. Hello.
How you getting along?
Oh, working very hard, Andy. Working very hard. Business I can be, yes, indeed.
Making any money?
Make more money than I've made in my life. More than I've made in my life. More money, yes, indeed.
Yeah, that's good. Got money in your pocket, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed. Got money in my pocket. Yes, pocket full of money. Yes, sir. I'm loaded to the gills right now. I'm really loaded.
Gabby, how about letting me have $5 till Tuesday?
I'm so glad you asked me, Andy. I'm glad you asked me, because you was one of the best friends I got. One of the best friends. And I want you to know, I really want you to know how nice it was for you, how nice to rent me this back office. I was telling my girl last night, I said, Andy Brown is one of the best friends I got, the best friend. And I was always wanted a chance to do something for you, to help you if I could. Really want to help you. And right now I got money in my pocket. I really got money in my pocket. I got the $5. I got the $5, but I ain't going to let you have it.
Ain't gonna let me have it. Huh?
No, sir, you can't have it. Just can't have it. And that's final.
Yeah.
Well, Andy is about set for his first meeting with Madam Queen. Already well primed by the Kingfish, he is now receiving final instructions at Madam Queen's front door.
Well, here's the beauty shop, Anna. Now, before you go in, as you got everything straight.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, you got the flowers wrapped up in the wax paper good. All covered up, ain't it?
Yeah, they is covered.
Yeah, you see, Anna, the idea is to let her know that you got flowers for her, but not let her know that they is made out of paper till she agrees to sign. You kind of got to use the flowers as kind of a decoy.
Yeah. Well, what if she grabs them from me and unwraps them right away?
Well, then you was on your own. Yeah, now go right on in, Andy, and remember, don't be too anxious on the signature.
Oh.
Go heavy with the love stuff before you get to the signing.
Nah.
Now, I'll be over at Henry Van Porter's office, so phone me and let me know how you come out.
Right.
Put it there.
Yeah, right.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, here I go. Here I go.
So long, we'll be waiting.
Okay. Oh, me. This got to remind me of old times. Madam Queen.
Andy Brown. Why, you dear boy. Let me take off my glasses and look at you. Andy, you ain't changed a bit.
Well, the same to you, honey.
And bringing me flowers. Why, Andy?
Yeah, well, I'll just lay them over here on the table.
You do nothing to the kind. I'll put them right over here in some water.
Well, they'll last. Why don't we just leave them right there?
Oh, no, Andy. Maybe they'll last for a couple of days till I have the opening of the beauty shop.
Well, that's what I want to tell you before you open them up. Honey, before we take the paper off, let me say to you this. The petals of these flowers ain't got the touch that nature brung 'em. They has never been sprinkled with the dew from the heavens. They has never been touched by the birds, the bees, and the butterflies. And the smell. Well, it just ain't there. But I bring you these with the wish that your new beauty shop will last as long as the flowers. There you is.
Oh, you darling boy. Paper flowers. And such nice long stems, too.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll be simply exquisite in the beauty shop.
Yeah, if you don't throw no matches in the vase, they'll last you for years.
Oh, Andy, dear, I just can't get over how well you look.
Yeah, well, you know, darling, after all these years, you sure look wonderful yourself. Oh, I am so happy to see you again.
I'm so glad.
And, honey, I am still crazy about you, too. After all we has been to each other, from now on, I want to be even more than I has been. We ought to be together all the time, Angel, darling.
All right, Andy, turn it off. What you after?
Who, me?
Look, Andy, I've known you a long time. And when you get that squinty look around your eyes, and I hear that little stuff bubbling out, I know there's something cooking.
Oh, listen, honey, I is a changed man. I meant what I said.
You mean all that stuff about still being crazy about me was really and truly on the level, and you ain't softening me up for nothing?
Oh, how can you say that? Of course, there might be some little thing that come up I might think of later.
I see. Still the same old Andy.
No, I wouldn't say that. I is different in a lot of ways than I was when you seen me last. One thing, I've been making a lot of money.
Really?
Oh, sure. I was a rich man and all that stuff. And, of course, I gets a lot of letters, too. Got one this morning. Mentions your name in it, but I tore it up, throw it away.
What was it about, Andy?
Oh, let me see. What was that? See, I'm dealing in finances so much I can't remember nothing no more. Oh, yeah, I remember. You remember a few years ago I put some money in a investment company and a joint account between the two of us?
Sure, I remember. That's when you and me was looking forward to having a little house of our own someday.
Yeah.
I guess that was just a dream, wasn't it, Andy?
Yeah, but it was a pretty dream. Remember the living room that we was going to have? Nice fireplace with a love seat in front of it?
Yes, indeed.
Then in one corner, a big wing-back chair where you could sit and do your sewing. And in the other corner, a pool table for me and the boys.
Yeah, I remember that, Andy. Whatever happened to that investment company? It failed or something, didn't it?
Well, it seems that they written me a letter saying that if I could get you to sign some paper with me, that I could get my money back.
Oh, so that's it. You want my signature.
Oh, well, you know, I don't like to bother you with a lot of writing. Got to sign your name, maybe get ink all over your hands and all that business.
Look, Andy, if it's my signature you want, you don't have to beat around the bush. The money's all yours. I'll be glad to sign it for you. When you want me to do it? You must be anxious to get it done.
Oh, no, I ain't anxious. Could you go down there now?
Well, I'm expecting a carpenter and a painter to come today. Say, how would it be if I went down in the morning with you?
Well, all right. I could pick you up about daybreak.
No, Andy, let's make it about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, well, that's what I say, daybreak. I'll be here at 9 o'clock sharp.
So you see, honey, you didn't have to tell me all them things you told me before to get my heart all aflutter. I'd have signed the thing anyway.
Oh, well, to tell you the truth, I didn't say that just to get you to sign. Honey, when I walked in that door, my heart kind of vibrated a little, too.
Oh, Andy, this is just like old times.
Oh, come in, Amos, come in.
Well, hello there, Andy. I heard some news, son. I heard some news.
Yeah?
Say, I hear that you has done found Madam Queen and that y'all is going to sign the papers together at 9 o'clock this morning. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. You're exactly right.
Oh,
yes,
that's good, Andy. I sure was glad to hear that.
Yeah, I'm on my way over there to get her right now.
Well, you know, I just took a chance. I said to Ruby this morning when I get up, when I heard that thing, I said, I'm going over now and take a chance to come down here to your office. I thought you might be hanging around here.
Yeah, that's right.
Boy, I never remember seeing you up this early in the morning, 8:30.
Yeah, and it sure do feel strange, too. I got a funny feeling walking down here. You know something? The only people on the streets was people going to work.
Tell me, Andy, how does it feel to see Madam Queen after all these years?
Well, she's still a nice gal, Amos.
You think you've fallen in love with her again, Andy?
Oh, I don't know, Amos. When I seen her yesterday, I felt a little feverish. Of course, I don't know whether that's going to turn into love or the flu.
Now, Henry, here's the thing. When Andy and Madam Queen come out of the investment company with the money, we want to be right down there and waiting for them right at the entrance.
A charming idea.
Now, look here. You and me will play like we just happened to meet down there, and we'll start talking about an investment like it's just between the two of us, you see.
Yes, that's good.
Now, then when Andy overhears us and gets interested, we rushes him right over to your office, takes his money, and makes him a stockholder.
Well, now, wait a minute. The only thing is, Kingfish, I don't think that we'll get that money away from Andy unless we give him some kind of a stock certificate or something to show our good faith.
Yeah, well, now, look here. I done tried everywhere, Henry, and the only thing I could find was my wife's public school diploma. Now, it looked a little like a stock certificate, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, I took it away from home. I got it here with me. And by rubbing out her name and making a few changes, I think it's going to be all right. Here it is.
Well, how in the world could you change that to look like a stock certificate?
Yeah, well, I'll read it to you. See here. This is to certify that Andrew H. Brown, having successfully completed his work in the New York public school system, hereafter known as the Acme Investment Company. You see, I got that. Mr. Brown is hereby graduated on this 10th day of March 1944 into a preferred $600 stockholder. See?
Very good.
Signed Frank T. Evans, Superintendent of the Board of Educational Investments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you are, Henry. That sounds smooth enough, don't it?
Yes, and in case he ever needs the education background, he can always reconvert it back into a diploma.
Yeah, now, let's get to the place where Andy and Madam Queen is going to get the money and be waiting out in front.
There you is, mister. There's my signature.
Oh, thank you very much. And, Madam Queen, will you sign right on that line, please?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, honey. Right there.
All right, now, how do you want the money?
Well, give it to me in 5s and 1s, but give me one $50 bill to wrap around the outside.
All right, fine.
We ain't been downtown together in a long time, Andy.
No, you know something? Your eyes is getting prettier, honey.
Thank you, darling.
Look at him count that money.
Andy, I done thought about you a lot.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm going to tell you something, too, honey. I has done took out other girls, but I ain't never found nobody to take your place.
Mm-hmm. Here you are, 600.
Oh, thank you, sir. Boy, look at that horse choking roll. Let me get this 50 on the outside and get this in my pocket.
What you doing, Andy?
Well, I brung a safety pin along to pin my pocket shut. Yeah, you know, honey, I never will forget the times we has done had together.
I thought about you a lot, and I didn't know whether to write you or not.
Yeah, we sure had a lot of plans together, didn't we, sweetheart?
Sure did. I still got your picture on my dress.
Oh, sure enough?
Mm-hmm.
Henry, we've been standing out in front of this place waiting for them for 20 minutes. I wish they'd come on out.
Well, I checked on the side door. That ain't open. They can't get out that way.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Here they come. Everything is working great.
Well, Kingfish, Henry.
Madam Queen.
Hello, Madam Queen.
Kingfish. Well, Henry Van Porter, let me take off my glasses and look at you.
Yeah, well, this sure is a coincidence to run into y'all down here.
Yes, sir, sure is. I ain't seen y'all in a long time.
Yes, it's been ages. Charming to see you again.
Oh, sure it's charming. Yeah. How'd you come out there, Andy?
Oh, fine.
Oh, that's great. Me and Henry has got one of the greatest investments in the world.
We sure have.
600, huh, Andy?
600.
Oh, this is even a greater investment than we thought it was.
Oh, by far.
Oh, Madam Queen, we want to help Andy. You got a great fella there.
I say he's a great fella.
Oh, sure is.
You know what he done? He just slapped the whole $600 into trust fund in both our names.
And neither one of us can draw a penny out for 5 years.
Next Friday evening at this same time, we will again bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Be sure to be with us then. That's next Friday over these same stations. Our program is broadcast to our armed forces everywhere. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for all of us, bidding all of you a pleasant good night.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns, Gracie Allen, on the show and its orchestra, from singing glee with the Smoothies three. Last but not least, with Bud Time for fun with Burns and Allen, and time for you to discover the way women all over the country have learned how to give the family a breakfast that is different. Serve Spam and eggs. Just open a can of Spam, cut off slices of this delicious meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. Man alive, how those golden brown, sizzling hot slices of tender, juicy, taste-tempting meat make a hit. The family will say, "Gee, Mom, that's the best breakfast we've had in a long time." That's because Spam is different. A combination of pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy, and the ham meat it takes to give Spam that extra flavor and goodness. Look for this sentence, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added, on the label of the Spam can. Then you'll know you're getting the real thing, the genuine S-P-A-M Spam. Of our great big happy family, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, tonight is election eve. Tomorrow is the big day. You go to the polls and you vote for the man you'd like to have with you for the next 4 years.
Oh, swell.
Who are you going to vote for?
Clark Gable.
Gracie, Clark Gable is handsome, romantic, a great lover, has a lot of personality, but he knows absolutely nothing about politics.
Well, nobody is perfect.
Look, try to understand. In order to run for office, you have to belong to a certain party.
That's Clark Gable.
What party does he belong to?
Carol Lombard.
Look, Gracie, I'll try to explain election to you.
Good.
Let's start at the beginning.
Good.
Now, where did you register?
Good.
No, where did you register?
Oh, at the corner drugstore.
Good.
So that's my song.
Never mind. Now, tomorrow, when you go into that drugstore, someone at the door will hand you a folded piece of paper. Do you know what's printed on it?
Giant size malted milk special today, 11 cents.
No, it's the ballot listing the candidates. Anyway, in the drugstore, you'll see a voting machine.
What's that?
What's at the polls that votes every 5 minutes?
My brother.
Gracie, did you read your ballot?
Oh, I know it by heart.
What's proposition number 5?
Let's park here, babe. I ran out of gas.
Gracie, I'd like to talk to you. Will you come a little closer?
That's proposition number 4.
Gracie, proposition number 5 is daylight saving time.
What's that?
Well, there's a certain amount of daylight in each day.
Yes.
They want to add 1 more hour to give us more sunshine. And I say, let's squeeze in the extra hour.
That's proposition number 3.
Look, Gracie, when I go to the polls, I'm voting against you.
Bueno, ¿y qué es eso del día, de la noche, de la hora, el cambio ese? Yo no entiendo qué cosa es eso.
Well, the kid is tired again. What is it, Senor Lee?
I know who you're going to vote for, Senor Burns. When you were talking on the telephone, I was eavesdropping.
It's not dripping, it's dropping.
Drip.
Drop.
Drip.
Drop.
Drip.
Drop.
We're having unusual weather?
Quiet, guitar player.
Say, George, does daylight saving time affect the whole country?
Well, yes, it does. You see, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
You know, it's too bad it doesn't rise in the west and set in the east.
Why?
Well, then you could drive to work in the morning without having the sun in your eyes.
Gracie, for thousands of years, the west has been in the west, the east has been in the east, the north has been in the north, and the south has been in the south.
That's the trouble with this country. It's in a rut.
Leave the country alone. It's doing fine.
You know, I figured it'd be a lot better to put the Atlantic Ocean where the Pacific Ocean is and the Pacific Ocean where the Atlantic Ocean is.
Wait a minute.
And
Wouldn't that be rather confusing?
well, that's the idea. It would fool the other navies.
Yeah, well, you haven't thought of an idea for Pikes Peak, have you?
Mm-hmm. I'd level it off.
You'd level off Pikes Peak?
Well, sure. So on a clear day, the people in Denver could see Catalina.
Marty, what are you going to play tonight?
The blues from William Grant Still's Lenox Avenue Suite, George.
Well.
By the way, I got it all in, too. George, who was that beautiful girl you were dancing with at Cyril's the other night? You really had a grip on her.
Well, for your information, wise guy, she happened to be my aunt.
Brother, if that was your aunt, somebody ought to tell your uncle.
Gee whiz, a fella can't go out with his own aunt without somebody making up a wisecrack. Fella's got to have a little fun. After all, you take all the sunshine out of life, and what have you got?
Daylight saving time.
That isn't what I meant.
George, I never knew you had any aunt.
Well, I have.
Yeah, the way he did that rumba, he must have ants.
Well, as long as you fellows want to talk about something, it wasn't my aunt. She happens to be Fifi Lamont, star of the Follies Bergère.
Star of the Follies Bergère?
That's right.
She must be costing you plenty.
Oh, yeah? Yesterday, she cooked dinner for me, and right after dinner, I wiped the dishes with her.
Well, is that easier than using a dish towel?
Imagine a girl like that falling for an old thing like you.
Oh, yeah? If I'm such an old thing, how come the first time I met her, she took me for 25?
Well, maybe that's all the money you had.
Anyway, Fifi is coming up here tonight, and you'll really see a beautiful girl. Gee, I wish I knew something to say in French.
Well, say what my uncle said the first time he met a French girl.
What did he say?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça? What does that mean?
Well, I don't know, but it must mean something. They're married now and have 12 children.
Qu'est-ce que c'est, qu'est-ce que ça? that was swell, Artie. You really stepped out on that clarinet.
Oh, say, George, when is Miss Fifi of the Follies Bergère getting here? I'd sure like to meet her.
Oh, she'll be here. When she gets here, you'll really see something. She's really a doll face. And her nose is so cute, the way it turns up.
How long has it been lost?
Imagine her being stuck on me. You know, she's a Follies Bergère girl, and she's got stage door Johnnies.
Are they anything like the measles?
Gracie, don't you believe me? Look at my face. Can't you see it in my eyes? This time it's really love.
That's proposition number 3.
Bud, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, please, George, this is so sudden.
I don't mean that.
Oh, I know what you mean. I'll never forget once I met a fellow in the movie. He was sitting on an empty seat, and there was an empty seat in the middle of the row. So I sat down in his lap, and I was watching the picture, and all of a...
Gracie, look, if there was an empty seat, why did you sit on his lap?
Oh, I hate to make people get up in the middle of a picture just so I can get a seat.
So you sat down on his lap?
Yes, and all of a sudden I felt his hand on my shoulder, and did I get mad? And I said to him,
Gracie, the man wanted to see the picture. After all, he couldn't see through you.
Yeah, but I could see through him, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
And before I knew it, he grabbed me, and he hugged me, and he kissed me.
Well,
and
why didn't you call the manager?
I did. And he made him leave the theater and get in his car.
Well, that's the end of that.
No, I had just as much trouble with him in his car.
Well, anyway, wait till you meet Fifi. She's really something.
Well, I was out with a showgirl the other night, George, who was really something.
You, Bud Heaston, went out with a showgirl?
Oh, shh, not so loud. I don't want my scoutmaster to hear.
You a Boy Scout going out with a showgirl?
Well, you don't think the fellows call me Lone Wolf Heaston just because of my merit badges.
Well, what happened with this girl?
Well, the first night I met her, she threw her arms around me and kissed me for 22 seconds.
Well, how did you know it was exactly 22 seconds?
Well, because while she was kissing me, I said to myself, Spam is such tender, juicy, delicious meat. Spam is made of pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. That's why it's different. Spam makes a meal that sticks to the ribs and needs no refrigeration. And that always takes 22 seconds.
You know, Bud, as a lover, you're something less than a C. Aubrey Smith.
Say, George...
I thought that would get something. You had such a big argument about that.
Well, look, George, if you want a few hints on how to impress Fifi, listen to me. Now, first of all, you're dressed all wrong.
I do?
You should wear a dark suit and a red tie and a black shoe and a brown shoe and a carnation in your lapel.
Just a minute. I wear a black shoe and a brown shoe?
Well, certainly. You don't want her to think you only have one pair of shoes.
Well, all right. I'll go right out and get myself a black shoe and a brown shoe.
Open-toed.
Open-toed?
Well, you do want her to think you haven't any socks.
Well, thanks for the advice.
Oh, it was nothing. And when you take Fifi into a restaurant and you're drinking coffee, be sure to hold your little finger out.
Hold my little finger out?
Yes.
That's smart, huh?
Well, it's not smart, but you've got to have a place to hang your donuts.
You know, Gracie, I'll make an impression on Fifi without your advice.
Senor Burns, if you want to make a hit with a girl, why don't you do what I do?
What's that?
Last night, I took my girl to a movie and bought her some orchids.
It's not orchids, it's orchids. The CH is pronounced like K.
Oh.
What movie did you see?
The Dictator with Carly Kaplan.
Well, I'll not only take her to the movies, but I'll also buy her a bottle of Campaign. Didn't I get it over? Gee, I wonder what's keeping Fifi. I'm going out to phone her. Soundman, open the door. Gee, it's 7:45.
7:45, oh.
Soundman, hey, 4 years in Harvard. What are you yelling about? What happened?
Forgive me, Mr. Burns. That was my draft number.
Well, they probably won't get to you for a long time, Harvard.
Well, I'm not worried about that. I just wanted to suggest somebody to take my place when I'm called. You see, it'll take me 8 or 9 months to break him in.
How can it take anybody 8 or 9 months to learn how to open and close a door?
He happens to be a Yale man.
going out to call Fifi. I'll be right back.
Hey, can you imagine George going out with a girl from the Follies, Brashear? He's really a fast worker.
At his age, you gotta work fast. Come in.
Bonjour. Pardonnez-moi, mais je suis très tard et je cherchais monsieur... Oh, I say, I am looking for George Burns. He is here? Yes? No?
Oh, I know what George means. Boy, she's beautiful.
Yeah, should happen to me.
I'm just a little bit late, and I hope George is not angry with his Fifi.
Why, Sadie Smith!
Gracie!
Well, I haven't seen you since you and my sister were waitresses in the chili bowl.
Yes, say, whatever happened to Bessie?
Oh, she gave up her job. She doesn't have to work anymore.
You mean she got married?
No, she got divorced.
Oh.
Sadie, how long have you been in the Follies?
Me? Oh, I'm still a waitress at the chili bowl. But listen, don't tell George. I must always be Fifi to him.
Oh, that's a swell joke on George. He'll be right in.
Okay, then I guess I better go out and come back in again. I don't want him to get wise that you know me. Well, au revoir.
Demi-tasse.
Well, well. So George's French beauty turns out to be a waitress in the chili bowl, huh?
Shh, here he comes. Oh, I just called up Fifi, and there's no answer. I wonder when my little lamb will get here.
Well, as soon as Fifi brings it.
Now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Trade Wind.
Ooh, listen to the trade wind blow down where the trade winds play. Ooh, down where you lose a day. We found a new world where paradise starts. We traded hearts way down where the trade winds play. Music was everywhere. Ooh, flowers were in her hair. Under a morning of silvery clouds, we traded vows the night that I sailed away. Oh, trade winds, what a vow that love was made. Oh, trade winds are the only made to break. When it is way again, ooh, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, it's not the same. She traded her name down where the trade winds play. Oh, trade winds, what are vows? What are the vows? And all the lovers say trade winds are the only made to break. When it is May again, I'll sail away again. Though I'm returning, my love is burning. Still, it's not the same. You know, what love is so. Trade winds, blow, you gotta go. Oh, blow, you gotta blow. Trade winds, blow, blow.
Look, Gracie, you can help me out. You've been out with fellas.
Not since this morning.
Well, anyway, when Fifi gets here, she'll probably want to go to a nightclub, and I'd much rather drive to the beach. After all, a fella... Well, anyway, what does a fella say to a girl when he wants a spoon?
Well, that all depends whether you want a teaspoon or a tablespoon.
Teaspoon or a tablespoon? I'd like to know what goes on in your mind.
I'd like to know what goes on in every woman's mind.
You would?
You know, I got to thinking about you women in cities, towns, and villages all over this country, and the questions you must have in your minds when you go shopping. Being the wise shoppers that you are, you naturally are greeted with all sorts of claims and counterclaims about the food your family eats.
But when are you going to tell them about Spam?
All right now, Gracie. Here's something you should know about Spam. The thousands of you who use Spam regularly have discovered that Spam is really delicious meat. Easy to use, handy to keep on hand because it doesn't need refrigeration. You know Spam is an ideal mealtime aid because fried, baked, or served cold, Spam really makes a hit. There's a reason for that. Spam is different. And to take the guesswork out of your shopping, we tell you right on the label just how Spam is made. Always look for this sentence on the label of the Spam can. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. There's the difference. Spam is nothing else but those two choice cuts. We use pork shoulder meat to make Spam sweet and juicy. We use the ham it takes to give Spam the extra flavor and goodness that simply would not be there without it. That's why Spam's meaty flavor, its tender goodness, has made it the most popular meat item in a generation. So whenever the occasion calls for delicious meat at your house, ask your food dealer for SPAM Spam. That's the way to ask for extra flavor, extra quality.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Now listen, everybody. When Fifi gets here, I may act kind of bossy, and that's only because I want to show her that I'm the fellow that runs all the stuff around here.
So you want to give her the impression that you're a big shot. You're going to lay it on thick, huh, George?
Well, yes, I'm going to lay everything on a platter.
Do you think she'll be able to lift it?
And another thing, Fifi never listens to the radio, and she doesn't know that I'm a comedian.
Oh, don't worry. She'll never find it out up here.
Well, in case I say something witty, I'd appreciate it very much if you'd laugh it up a little bit.
You mean like Don Wilson?
Well, not so much. Oh, well, that's her now.
Oh, quick, George, fix your tie. Your knot is loose.
My knot?
Yeah, oh, pardon me, it's your Adam's apple.
Oh, yes. I guess it slipped a little bit. Come in.
Ah, there you are, George, my darling. Now that I see you again, I am, how you say it, très contente, très heureuse, très charmante, très ravissante.
Ah, Fifi, you are lovely tonight.
Ah, you are très, très jolie.
Gracie, doesn't she talk a snappy French?
Yeah. You can notice it by the way she handles those trays.
Well, anyway, Fifi, this is Gracie Allen.
I am so very happy to meet you.
And Gracie, this is Fifi Lamont, star of the Follies Bergère.
Oh, how do, Fifi? Pull up a counter and sit down.
Please, and Fifi, this is Artie Shaw.
Oh, bonjour. Je suis très contente de faire votre connaissance. Monsieur Shaw, you are so ooh la la.
Fifi, you are so a la carte. A la mode. Top of the whole.
Well, don't mind him, Fifi. He probably learned his French off a menu. And this is Bud Heaston.
Ah, you American men, you are so merveilleux.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, that means terrific in French.
Oh, Fifi, Spam.
Spam? What does that mean?
Well, that's terrific in any language.
You know, that Bud always says the right thing.
Oh, yes, he's smart. Want to see him make a fire with 2 sticks?
A little later, not Fifi, now you've met the whole Spam family.
Poopsie, you're so busy you forgot to kiss your little Fifi.
Well, Fifi, you see, kissing, well, I read someplace that it shortens one's life.
Well, who wants to live forever? Come here, baby.
Never mind, Artie. I'll kiss Fifi. Come here, Fifi.
Oh, some kisser.
Yeah, hasn't he?
Please, Gracie.
You know, that Poopsie has really turned out to be quite a romantic kid.
Romantic? Here, read this poem he just
The
said.
poem?
Oh,
No,
let me
Fifi.
see it.
No,
Oh,
come
the
on.
Poopsie
Fifi,
writes
we've
poems.
got to go. We've got to get to the bowl. There's a concert.
Oh, well, goodbye. Oh, Fifi, if you don't show me the pole, it may be chilly at the pole, if you know what I mean.
Now, don't do it, Fifi. Let me give you a little tip.
Put it under the plate.
Quiet.
Oh, the poem, well, here it is.
Oh, isn't this
Gracie,
cute?
give me that poem.
Now, please,
I won't let
George.
you read it.
Please.
Give me that poem.
George.
Well, Fifi, I'll talk to you later.
Fifi, you for me-fee. And to put it very briefy, if you will be my weefy, I'll be down to get you in a jiffy.
Oh, stop laughing. My name is George Burns, not Robert.
Never mind, Senor Burns. Your poem sounded like it was written by Keats.
The immortal Keats?
No, the dead-end Keats.
Well, come on, Fifi. Let's go.
Au revoir. Goodbye. Oh, and George, I want to congratulate you. Fifi's a lovely girl. You can depend on her.
Well, thanks, Gracie.
No matter what happens, she'll always be waiting.
Do you really think she'll always be waiting?
Unless she gets lucky like my sister Duffy and marries one of the customers.
Huh? Well, this is silly. Come on, Fifi, let's go.
Goodbye, Fifi, and make George take you in for something to eat.
Yeah? Well, don't worry about me being tight. I took her into Ciro's last night, and we had lobster, and you should have seen the one Fifi ate.
Ay, caramba, qué barbaridad. That's my draft number.
What's your draft number?
158.
Well, goodbye, everybody. Come on, Fifi. We better
Say,
go.
Gracie, I can't let this thing go any further. I'm going to tip George off.
You mean you're going to tell him who Fifi really is?
Yeah, I'm going to give him a few hints. George.
What is it, Ollie?
Come here a second, will you, George?
Well, pardon me a second. I'll be right with you, Fifi.
Look, I'm in a very funny spot, George. I've been taking out a certain girl,
Yes.
and she fooled me by passing herself off as a big, glamorous star.
Yeah?
I just found out she works as a waitress in a restaurant. What do you think I ought to do, brush her off?
Brush her off? Why don't you do what I'm doing?
What you're doing?
Yeah. You see this glamorous French babe, Fifi? Nothing. Sadie Smith works in a chili bowl.
You mean you knew that all the time?
Certainly.
And you're still taking her out?
Taking her out. Where else can you get a girl who looks like Hedy Lamarr, kisses like Ann Sheridan, and gives you a 10-course dinner for 39 cents?
Look, folks, Spam, a combination of meats originated by Hormel, has become a new word for something good to eat. Spam is the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. Hundreds of thousands of families from coast to coast are already using it regularly. Now, you've been listening to Burns and Allen each week. Are you one of the people who has promised yourself that you'd try Spam soon? If you haven't, now's the time. You're really missing something. Spam is handy, convenient, easy to serve, and downright delicious. Go to your food store tomorrow and ask for SPAM Spam.
Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Well, just a minute, George. Before we go, I'd like to say something to all voters of this country.
Well, that's a lovely thought. Voters of this country, Gracie has something to say to you. Go ahead, Gracie.
Hello.
Good night, all.
Listen again next Monday night, same station, same time, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothie, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. This is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.